Okay, welcome back, dear viewers. Tonight we are going to play Midvinter by Kelvin Green, a Christmas one shot. I figured this is a very festive adventure for those of you who know about it. Those of you who don't know, this will be a lot of fun, and hopefully, our players know nothing about this adventure because I think it's quite hilarious. Game engine, of course, is Lamentations of the Flame Princess, though as an OSR game, it could fit just about any system you choose with just very minor tweaking. I'll do a whole separate review of the book, the module, another video probably next weekend. So, with that said, we'll go down the list here on the screen that you're seeing, starting with Sven Gunderson. Just, announce your character's name, what you're carrying, what weapons you're using, armor, that sort of thing. If you have a henchman, and that just let us know what the henchman's name, and we'll just go down the list. And then again, as I said before I started recording, if you guys want to add any equipment and I know you got some cash left from when I generated the characters. If you feel like buying some equipment real quick to add to whatever you have, we can certainly do that too. So, Mr. Gunderson.
Yep. I'll be playing Sven Gunderson. My name's Dom. Sven is a pretty typical looking pikeman, heavily strapped. He's got a flintlock pistol, a pike on his back, a couple of blades strapped around as well, a short sword to his side. And yeah, other than that, he's got a grappling hook, backpack on, a lot of visible gear going on.
Cool. I hope I pronounce this Kojo Callis.
Yeah, I'm Kojo Kellis. I'm playing by Sun P Persona. He's a very scruffy looking Frenchman. He's missing two of his teeth and probably a pinky. Uh, if I'm not mistaken, he also has Bernard as one of his retainers. Currently, he has with him a pistol, flintlock, and rapier.
Okay.
All right.
No backpack for
And
some reason.
The backpack might be on Bernard. If you look on the unencumbered
Hmm.
equipment
Yeah.
section, there should be a backpack there. If not, I paid for it. You do have it.
Okay, yeah, Bernard has a backpack. Just looked.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, I guess he's like a laborer, so he's like carrying all your stuff. But like I said, have, if you want to carry something that Bernard's got, by all means, just switch it over, and you know. Okay, Drusus.
all right. So I'm Zach, and I'm playing Drusus. He's a cleric that wields a flintlock pistol and a medium mace, and it's followed around by Thomas, who is a fighter that wields a mallet. Or sorry, no. What does he wield? Nothing yet.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Olaf.
All right, I am Olaf Jaeger of Germanic descent. He very much looks like a bushman with his leather armor made from hides. You can see a flintlock pistol sticking out of his belt, a short bow on his back, and then he travels with two dogs. Refers to them as Kaiser and Blitz.
Okay.
And I am Old School Fool.
All right. Elric.
Hi, my name is Ben. I'll be playing Elric Leitner tonight. He is dressed kind of shabbily, but he looks like he's tried to make the clothes look as best as he can. He has a flintlock pistol and a short sword that are visible, and what's are less visible are the two daggers, one in his boot and one at the small of his back. He's also carrying shot bag on his belt. Within are 12 shots, each with the name of one of the 12 apostles carved into it. Backpacks, tools of his trade, some rations, and winter clothes. And that he's also wearing leather armor underneath his clothing.
Very good. And Tanner, I cannot pronounce the name you chose. So.
That's okay, neither can I. Hey there, everybody. Tanner here. You definitely remember me from playing a high-pitched, effeminate fop on the Temple of Elemental Evil campaign, and here I am playing a hopefully much less obnoxious Germanic fop. I think his name is pronounced Fiet or Fight Heimager. Anyone who speaks German can probably correct us on that, but I thought the name fit. He's actually the youngest of the team right here. But given his piddly strength score, and definitely not piddling anything else, he's rather short young feller there. He's got a buff coat on, a couple of blades, and he probably gets his guns from the same place Elric does, because he also has 12 apostles ready to redeem some sinners, shall we say.
Okay. Very good.
And I should also mention, though I'm not exactly sure what he looks like yet, he also has a fighting man retainer
Okay.
named Joff.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Did you guys want to beef up your equipment list, or are you good?
Let's take a look-sees.
Uh,
Looks like...
I think
Yeah,
mine are
well,
good. I
it
don't
looks
want
like
to carry
everything.
much more.
Wait, can I buy some? I know some pikes
Um,
or spikes of some sort, some form of nails.
yeah. Some iron spikes.
I think the only thing I'm gonna buy is some rope.
Alongside that.
Okay. Yeah. One iron spike is like 3 copper pieces each, and they're not encumbering. So, of course, I'm going to say if you carry 10, you'll have to. That will be encumbering. So you'll have to put it in your equipment list on the left side of the character sheet.
What?
I'm sorry. Someone wanted some rope.
Yeah, I was just gonna pick up some rope.
Okay. All right. That'll be 3 silver. Anything else?
What about a lantern
Yeah,
and
that'll be
oil?
3 silver for the lantern, and the flask of oil, which I believe gives you about 6 hours. I think I'll have to double check if it pops up, but that's only 5 copper. Both of
Okay.
which, though, each is considered encumbering. So just
Okay.
keep that in mind.
Should I purchase... You said a mallet and some spikes were a couple of copper, right?
The iron spikes will be 3 copper apiece, and the mallet is 3 copper.
How much is that in gold pieces?
Oh, well, the base is silver pieces. So if you actually see that you got gold, that's a mistake on mine. That should actually be silver. That's a mistake on my part. But it's 10 copper per silver, and then there's 50 silver per gold piece in Lamentations of the Flame Princess. Gold's pretty valuable.
I'm pretty strapped at the moment. I think I'll just go for a shovel.
Oh, okay. Let me see. That'll be 3 silver.
Actually, I was thinking of getting a few other things, but you guys got one. I think I shall purchase a thing of garlic and a thing of wolfsbane,
Okay.
because you never know.
Works for me.
Let's see.
Wolfsbane is 1 copper, and the garlic will be 1 copper.
All right, so that's 8 copper left and 25 silver.
And those are non-encumbering, so. Okay. All set? Anything else?
I think I'm good.
All
Good to
right.
go.
Good to go.
All right, let me get the. All right, so we're going to start at a inn and tavern that's on the side of the road in the southern Swedish Highlands. The tavern is called the Hunden och Javaln. I hope I pronounced that right. You guys have traveled here for a couple of reasons. One, Drusus, as a member of the clergy, Europe is kind of embroiled in all kinds of religious wars at this time, and the clergy is very, very concerned about heretics, very concerned about cult activities, and in this area of Sweden, there's been a lot of rumors of increased cult activity. So you and this crew that you've adventured with have decided to investigate. And in your investigations, you come upon you've heard of a missing girl by the name of Edwina Wood, and you essentially were told to head to this Inn and Tavern to meet with her father Harrison for to get some more information, because apparently he knows something about the cult. So that's where you are. It's a nice cozy place. There's a fire going. It's snowing mildly, light snowfall. Wind is kind of whistling through, and this gentleman, middle-aged, I wouldn't say he's well off, but he's not. He certainly doesn't appear poor. Sits kind of nervously at a table and looks up as you guys enter. It's not a very crowded place either. And
Is that her father?
you it could be. Looks like it. You were told to meet someone that would be her father here.
Call his name out as we walk in.
When he hears his name, he kind of raises his hand and motions you over. Oh, good day, or I should say, good afternoon. Please have a seat. Can I get you guys? Can I get you something to drink? And he sort of.
Absolutely.
Never refuse a free drink.
Do you have any warm tea?
The serving girl will, of course, get you some tea, as well as whatever drink you guys would like. We'll just say it's about decent tea. Decent drink as far as the strength of the alcohol, if that's what you're drinking, and as far as the quality. But you're all served various ales, and those of you want wine, you'll get that. And there is some tea brought to you, Feita. And then he just kind of like he's looking you guys over. It looks like he's when his eyes kind of go over you, he seems to sort of linger upon your weapons. And then he looks back up at you and kind of smiles nervously.
Ask him how long she's been gone.
It's been almost a week. But I think I know where she is, and I heard, and he like looks to you, Drusus. I heard that you are you're the group that can do this.
We should be able to.
If you know where she is, then why have you not gone for her?
Well, he looks nervously, says, well, that's because I think she was taken by a cult. In fact, I know it was the cult. There's a cult that resides in these parts, and I dare not go there without a group of heroes.
Could you not,
Exterminators.
could you not have called any guardsmen or your family to help you assist in this matters?
Well, my daughter's mother died in childbirth, and as far as the guardsman goes, there's so much, I guess, distrust and going about because of the cult activities. I was concerned that she might be implicated, or just they wouldn't be all that helpful, considering considering everything that's been going on in the world today.
It would make sense that you want to turn to an outside source like us.
Yes, I can pay you. I don't have much, but I can pay you.
Ah, now that's what we're gutting at.
Mm.
How much?
He says, "Well, my life savings. It's I don't have it with me, of course, because I wanted to make sure you'd be here. But I can give you 150 silver."
Split between all of us.
And he just kind of looks down, embarrassed. It's like, but then I may be able to just get more, but I could readily get you 150 silver.
Whatever you can give us is fine.
We can negotiate the price once the girl is back.
Olaf will ask him if he has anything that belonged to the girl, like a scarf or a jacket.
He. Oh, that's good. That's good. He says, I do not. Should I have brought one?
I will require one before we leave.
Oh, well, um, it took me almost
Something worn.
He says, well, it took me nearly a half a day's journey just to get to here. He says, but I know where the cult is. Would that help you?
I suppose so. But being able to
Now,
hone the dogs to her would help.
now, is your daughter the only one from your village that's been taken?
He says yes. Yes, she's just one night she went out. Sorry, I'm just trying to shrink this map up a little bit here. There we go. She went out to visit an ailing friend of the family, and she never returned. But I know it was the cult. I know it was them, and I know where they are.
Do you know their capabilities? How many members are we speaking of? I don't want to get into a situation where we're outdone and outmanned.
Oh, well, I do know they have. Well, I know where their encampment is. There are not many. Maybe a few families.
I don't mean to belabor the point, but you said you know it was the cult. How do you know it wasn't wolves?
Well, if it was wolves, there would have been blood. There was nothing. She was
Or
just gone.
she was just gone. You saw no evidence of why she was gone. She just did not return.
Yes.
Okay.
He starts to look really, really nervous, and says, "I. All I have is a father's instincts on this. If more money will get you to believe me, I can liquidate some of my investments. I have a small business. I'll sell it. I'll give it away. I'll do whatever. I'll get you more money, but please just find my daughter."
When can he take us?
I can show you right now. I wanted to meet you here because there is a trail that leads to their encampment just down the road.
Meet us there. We'll figure out what to do there.
I'm sorry, Tanner, you kind of cut out on me. What did you say?
Fight, said to, lead us there and we'll investigate. Pardon me.
Oh, no worries. Okay.
The accent can be a bit light, we understand.
All right, well, he gets up then. Well, if you're really ready to go, I'll show you the path, and then I will race back to my business, and I will get your money, and I will be back here in a day's time. Surely you'll be able to have her by then.
Let's hope so.
Okay. All right. Well, so he darts out, basically excited that he has someone to find his daughter, and he's down on the road, and he points if you can see on the map here, to the south here, and it says you can see there's a path that leads into the woods. Follow that path. That'll take you to their encampment. I've seen them come out of there, and when they want to do trade with merchants that are stopping by at the tavern here, that's where you want to go. And he just kind of stares at you expectantly.
All right. Well, I vote we go hit that trail and see where it leads off to. What time of day is it right now, Yen?
Say about midday.
All right. We still got plenty of light left.
Does it look like we? Is the weather like really bad that it doesn't look like we can trek through it, or can we easily trek to that location?
The weather's not bad. I mean, there's snow on the ground, but and just like a light snow falling. But you should be able to walk it.
All right then.
Okay. Do this. Do that. Okay, so you begin. And with that said, you start you enter the forest. The path that you're on is not wide enough for a cart. You guys don't have a cart, but horses could go down. Horses and mules, if you had them, could easily go through single file. It is not a road. It is definitely a path but that is definitely used. Olaf, you would recognize that immediately. That this is definitely a path that is routinely used. You could tell by some of the brush being cleared away. It's relatively easy aside from the snow, so there's no like roots or stone kind of getting in your way, causing you to trip, that sort of thing. It's a pretty easy journey. And with that said, I'm going to ask Sven Gunderson to roll a d6 for me.
Is there any other traffic on this path as we're coming through?
You mean like tracks? Or,
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you make a bushcraft roll?
That's a 4 out of 6, and mine is 2.
Okay. With the snowfall, it's hard to tell. You have a skill of 2 out of 6, is that right?
Yeah, skills 2 rolled 4.
Yeah, if you rolled a 3, I would have given it to you. Yeah. With the snowfall, it's hard to tell, but you can kind of, as you're sort of moving across the snow, right? You can feel the difference between packed snow and like the recently fallen snow. So certainly, people have come through here. How recent though, you don't know. There's no way to tell.
Gotcha. Yeah, like I know they've been here, but I just don't know how or exactly where they were going.
Yeah. All right. So Sven.
But Olaf will go up front with the 2 dogs and walk the trail.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it before we actually start making rolls and stuff. Let's get the adventuring order. So we have Olaf in the front with his dogs. Who wants to come in second?
I'll come in
take the
second.
front until we go inside. Then you all got to do that.
I'm sorry. Who's that? That said second.
Kojo.
Okay.
I'll take third. Ulrich.
Okay.
I'll take fourth as Drusus.
Okay. And then that's Sven, because I think he's had to step away for a second here, and then our young Fighter will be in the back. Okay, great. And then your henchman basically next to you. Works for me. Okay, so that way, how about Kojo? You roll a d6 for me.
One moment.
Okay. All right. You guys make your way basically around these. I don't know. I guess these large rock outcroppings, these like cliff faces, these mountainous foothills. Um, uh, Basically, by the end of the day, in between the large one there at the center and the smaller one, before the night sets in, and I will need Drusus to roll a d6 as you guys are making camp. Assuming you guys are making camp. I don't want to. If you want to push through the night, you certainly can.
Yeah, we would make camp. There's no sense in trying to see in the dark.
4.
Okay. Roll another d6 for me.
Excuse me.
2.
Okay. And one more d6.
6.
Okay. And. Alright. Okay. And let's have Drusus roll one more d6.
4.
Okay. While you guys are setting up camp, you notice shadows as the light is starting to sort of fade. You notice shadows through the trees moving about, and you see a rather sizable pack of wolves starting to circle you.
Did not trust this cult thing. I knew it was wolves.
And they don't seem to be approaching, but they are circling. What would you like to do?
Is there a way to make a bigger fire to scare the wolves away?
Yeah. You're in a forest. You can start hacking down some trees, some limbs, and whatnot.
I say to everyone else, is there anyone else who has a plan? Because I do not like the looks of that pack over there.
Are we talking like pine trees? Is there any dead pine trees around us that we could just set it on fire?
There could be. Why don't you make a bushcraft roll? I'll give you a +1. So
Nope.
Think we might have to shoot our way out. I
think
know
you're-
Mark is ready to go.
yeah.
I think you're right.
Olaf, yeah, there's nothing in your immediate vicinity. Maybe deeper into the woods you might find something. But whoever's been maintaining this trail has pretty much kept it clear of anything like that.
Yeah, gotcha. All right. Let's just try to make the fire bigger and let off some flintlocks. Maybe that'll scare them off.
I was thinking the same thing.
All right. Who would like to be? How many gunshots are you gonna fire?
Let's try one just to see what they do. If they get closer, then we'll make it a live shot.
I say I prepare a bullet as well.
Okay.
Likewise.
All right. Well,
Can we fire these with an empty barrel? So it's just the powder.
I would say yeah. Yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
And I'm going to yell at Thomas to start getting firewood.
Okay. Thomas quickly does that, and he starts whatever he can find. Some of it's wet, obviously, and so you're getting a lot of hissing and spitting and smoke. But the dry stuff is catching, especially when he grabs a lot of like nettles and whatnot and throws it on the fire just to get things going, and hopefully dry out the fresh stuff that he's put on there. With the shot, the 9, or excuse me, 6 wolves get, they kind of jump, and then they scurry off.
That's right, wolves. Go find other prey. You do not want me to pray for you.
Nice. Okay. All right. Well, the rest of the evening goes by uneventfully. With that, just move this over like this. Uh-oh. Hold on 1 second. I think I grabbed the wrong map. Alright, OBS is giving me a little bit of a problem here. Give me 1 moment. But while we're doing that, hey, Olaf, why don't you roll the d6?
Five.
Okay. Okay, alright. Well, you're going to not have any encounter today. And I'm going to get this other map up once I find it.
Oops, let me change to the Christmas dice roller.
Alright, let me get rid of this one. I don't know what happened there. I'm just going to move it to there. Very good. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, OBS sometimes screws with me. Alright. So, I'm going to buy... mid to late afternoon, you come upon some stones sort of flanking the trail that you're on. And they have some strange runes etched on them, and what appears to be bloodstains.
Would that fall under a language roll to try to understand them?
Yes, with a -1. So,
Okay.
How about an intelligence roll by an occult master?
I'll give you a +1 to your language roll. How's that?
Okay. So that would be
Any
1d6.
tracks in the area?
Oh, okay. Yes, 1d6 for the language.
Okay.
If the -1 brings you down to 0, oh no, that's Dagus. If it brings it down to 0, roll 2d6, and if you roll double ones, that'll be a success. Okay.
Okay.
That schmooing just did me good because I barely succeeded.
Okay. Very good. I'll let everyone else make the roll if they want to.
So roll 2d6 or roll the 1d6 first and then the 2d6?
It would be 2d6 if that penalty brings you down to 0. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep. All right. And Dagus, were you rolling bushcraft or?
The first roll was for bushcraft. The 2d6 was for my intelligence or language roll with the minus.
Okay. All right. Well, their fight. You realize that the 3 images, the 3 runes, are for Odin, Death, and Ice.
Odin, Yes, ice. A sacrifice must have been made here recently to a lord of snow and demise.
And
Odin was a death god before he became king of gods, you understand.
I'm going to have to ask you how you understand these things.
My young life has been one full of adventure and knowledge, shall we say.
Indeed.
Dagus, yes, there are fresh tracks. Someone's been here recently, and they head down the trail.
All right. While they're looking at that, I'm like, I'm gonna follow this tracks here. We'll figure out what happened.
Okay. Well, after, I mean, if you're going to go alone, I don't know if everyone's going to follow you, but the tracks keep going down the trail, and eventually you can see the trail a little ways in front of you opens up as it like exits the forest. Would you like to wait for the rest of the crew?
Yeah, yeah. Like I won't wander too far off, but I'll just kind of pull them that way. Like whatever was here went this way, so let's go see, right?
Okay. Is there anybody going to do anything with this rune stone?
Hmm.
Has anyone expected it?
Um, they've just translated the runes on it. That's about it.
What can I do here?
Can I try searching around it?
Yeah.
Would I be able to look past my memory and my studies to see what a slab of runestone like this would be used for?
Yes.
It'll be a 3.
Okay. Rooting around the base of the stone, you don't find any hidden compartments or anything, but you find what appears to be a buried in the snow is it's starting to smell actually, I guess, but a dead bird. It's been there for a few days, you think.
End of bird.
And Fita, Heitmaya.
We actually got it right the first time, I think.
Fita Heitmaya.
Feet.
Feet.
Feet, just like the things in 3.5.
Why don't you make an intelligence roll?
With
D20
pleasure.
equal to or under.
Got it by 14. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you guys have a boy genius with you. I couldn't believe the rolls I was making with that when I was making that character. Yes, you are aware that there are cults to some of these ancient Norse gods in the area. Some of them have some pretty strange views about the end times, and this may be indicative of cult activity. In fact, you're pretty certain it is.
I don't think it was just the wolves. No, this is definitely cult work.
They do not seem to like birds.
No,
He holds up the
they...
bird to show fight a fate.
Mm.
Okay. With that, if you're done inspecting the stone, anything else you want to look at? Okay. You catch up with Olaf, and within a few minutes, you basically reach a village. And I'm just going to get rid of this map here.
As we're leaving that area, I'm gonna spit on the runestone and just say heresy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get rid of this for a second here. This map got screwed up now.
I appreciate the ish underneath the 10-foot.
Ah,
Just
yes.
eyeball it, fellas. You're intelligent adults.
There we go. Alright, so you would be coming from where it says river path on the right side of the image. And this is what you see. You see a circle of log cabins with a central tree in the center of the circle. Or I'm sorry, you'd be coming from the south, the hill path. And my apologies. Yes, that square is approximately 10 feet ish. Gotta love Kelvin Green. And you see a bustling village in the winter. I mean, there's people moving about. In fact, as you sort of come out of the forest, some of the people living here sort of stop and look with like not of a look of surprise, but a look of joy. They just seem happy to see you. As you sort of, and they wave. Some of them wave, and you see some kids running around and they're throwing snowballs, and they see you and they wave. And I'm gonna turn this off here. And they start waving you in, and you hear some of them say, "Welcome, welcome."
Hello there.
Good morning.
One such individual. Let me see here. Make a roll here. Give me a moment. You see one, a middle-aged woman with what appears to be her adult son, kind of looking at you. She smiles and kind of curtsies, and then sort of slightly takes a step back as her son steps forward, and he says, "Oh my goodness! Have you traveled all this way down the path? You must be cold. You must be tired. Please, we'll fetch Jen, and we'll have we could try to get you someplace warm. Please, welcome." And he eagerly holds out his hand and expecting you to shake it. And he introduces, "I'm Dennis Kimson, and that's my mother, Kim Karlsdottir."
Nice to meet you.
He starts look. Does anybody take his hand?
Ulrich will take his hand.
Okay. He shakes it very, very vigorously and enthusiastically, and he says, I'm a bit of a blacksmith, and I've worked with weapons. Do you need anything? Would you like me to do any repairs for you?"
You have beer?
Oh, yes, we do. We can certainly get you whatever you need. Please
Fine
come.
tea?
We can get you tea, sir. Absolutely, absolutely. He motions to one of these children that are sort of like stopped and staring at all of you, gawking, and says, "Go fetch Yen, go fetch Yen." And the kids run to it'll be to the right. You guys are right next to the workshop that Dennis was sort of pointing at when he says he could fix your gear, and just next to the building marked church is Yen's house, and the child runs there, and within a few minutes, oh, and the child is yelling, by the way. He's like, why doesn't everyone make a language roll? It's a kind of like a Swedish dialect. Oh, nice.
Hey.
Okay. All right. Those of you who've made it, hear the child shout, Yen, Yen, they're here. And he bangs on the door, and with that, more people kind of coming out of their house, and they're moving towards you. They get to about where the tree is, standing in a just a big glob. You see men, women, and children of various ages. They're not armed. They're not wearing any armor. They're just normal, everyday clothes, and they're all just got this big smile on their face, and they're like, "Oh, we have visitors. We have guests." And shortly after the child bangs on this door, this guy comes out, wearing glasses, pretty well to do, dressed as far as the way he's dressed. He's softly spoken. I'm just going to read the description because I think it's hilarious. Is a softly spoken, smug Scandinavian polo-necked web developer startup type.
Oh, they're doing a self-parody then.
Imagine the nicest but most annoying person you know. That's Jens. So yeah, he comes out. He's like, "Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome to our little community. Um, please, please, you must be tired, and it's starting to get dark. It's been we can get you in front of a fire. We can get you some food." He introduces, "I'm Jens. I'm sort of the de facto leader here, if there are such a thing. If you want to get into the whole label thing, but if there's anything you need." Please let me know. Let me know. But let's get you someplace situated. Come, come, come. And he barks something at one of the older children, and they kind of point to the house to the very top of the screen there that says empty house, and then they point to the one to the left and kind of shrug. And Jens looks at you and says, "Well, we have two empty homes you can use. Which one do you prefer?" They're both the exact same.
The one over to the left there, if it's no bother to you.
Oh, please, it's no bother whatsoever. Come, come. And as he's leading, he's just sort of, pointing at various things. He points to the tree. He says, "It's such a lovely old tree." And then he points to past the houses to the one marked Bjorn's house, and he says, "You must meet Bjorn. He likes to live a little apart from everyone else, but he's a bit eccentric, but we do love him. He's quite the adventurer, actually." And then he takes you to this empty home, and he says, "No one lives here anymore. They moved away. I don't know why, but they're just not here. But it's lovely. So please, please, make yourself comfortable, and when you're ready to eat, come to the longhouse."
Right, quietly enough so he doesn't hear, we'll lean to Jov. I can think of one or two reasons someone would leave.
And with that, you guys are left alone in this empty house. Oh, but while you were kind of being shuffled towards this house, the entire town, like the crowd, just kind of followed, all just kind of gawking and looking, and pretty interested in you. In fact, right before the door closes, you hear Dennis shout kind of past Jens, who gives him kind of a disparaging look. But Dennis says, "If you guys need anything with any help with your weapons, you never can be too careful." And now you're alone in a house, and we'll get the fireplace going.
This whole situation is uncanny.
I am glad to know I'm not the only person who's concerned by the words, "if you need any help with your weapons," or "the tuft of disturbed earth just to the right of us." left, sorry.
I'm more disturbed by everybody
Did not see
watching
that.
us.
These people are too friendly. Is this how people are in the country?
Yeah, they're probably just excited to get more blood.
So you think they're cultists then?
No, but they might be sister fuckers.
I think that's guaranteed.
That goes without saying.
Right, yeah, probably cultists.
Regardless, we shall have to, even be damned, we'll have to do God's work and remove them from this pure white earth. It's only the right thing to do.
Yes, we must see to their source.
So you want to do
Is
stoke
there-
his fire up real good and then head over to the longhouse?
I'd like to see if there's anything unsettling inside where we're at right now.
A second that.
I think Fight will also be, Feach Fight will be looking under the beds as well, seeing if there's anything amiss.
Okay. Yeah. It's a base. It's a basic home. There's nothing nothing odd about it. If you guys spend, I'm going to say about an hour turning it over, just like looking for anything out of the ordinary, hidden compartments, rooms, doors, that sort of thing, you don't find any. There's nothing under the beds. In fact, it's very neat and tidy. Why doesn't everyone make a wisdom roll? Basically, a d20 equal to or less than your wisdom.
Made it! Wait, no, I did not make it, sorry.
Equal to or less than?
Yes.
Wow, no one's coming wrong.
Actually made it less. I'm surprised.
Okay. Okay. The place is so neat and tidy. It's almost as if they were expecting visitors. And now I need everyone to make search rolls. You know what? I'm going to give you a +1. So if you had a 1, it's 2 out of 6. Okay. Good.
Nay.
I made it.
Okay. Looks like quite a few people. Yup. All right. Yeah, while you guys are turning this place up and kind of looking at each other, being like, "What is up? What's going on?" Those of you who've passed, you notice outside one of the windows real quick, what looks like a child's head just kind of drops down, like he's peeking in the window.
You want me to Gandalf him and reach out the window and scoop him up real quick?
Please do.
Okay.
Is there a back door to this place?
There is not.
Okay.
All right. Olaf, why don't you make an attack roll as you reach out to grab whoever's on the other side.
Melee attack.
Yeah.
I think that comes up to a straight roll, 12.
Okay. He shouts as you kind of pull him through the window, and he says, I'm sorry. I'm just checking, make sure all is well. Please."
You could have knocked on the front door and asked us how we were doing.
Oh, I promise I'll do that. I'll do that in the future.
What were you looking for, Kinta?
I was just trying to. I was just trying to make sure everything was okay. If you needed anything, please don't tell my mother or my father.
And who may they be?
Uh, he says, Pella Jacob's daughter is my mother, and uh, Hans Olson. That's my father.
I'll look out the window too, see if I see any other kids floating around back.
Um, you don't see any other children hanging out, but you do see. I mean, they're still running around outside, but they're every now and again looking in your direction, but they're not like in the immediate vicinity of the window.
Do you often get visitors to your village, little one?
Um, oh wow, yeah. He says, yes, we do get visitors, but no one like you. Please don't tell my parents I was bothering you. I was just trying to help.
You'll not tell your parents. We're just curious as to why you were by the window.
And he just repeats, I just wanted to make sure if you didn't need anything and everything was well.
Alright. Wisdom check. Is this kid bullshitting?
You don't need a wisdom check. He's not bullshit.
Okay, fair enough.
He's
What
too,
do you-
And I,
he's like 8 years old. Um, uh, he looks genuinely scared after Olaf, who's not a very pretty man, just pulls him out and starts, you fool of a took,
You heard what you listened.
So
What do you know about Bjorn? Why is he so far away? Why is this place so far away?
he says, well, Bjorn, he likes to hunt the bears in the area to make sure they don't bother us, and he's just a little weird like that.
It's a good duty.
Do you hunt bears?
No,
we
but
hunt western bears.
he's doing a good service is all.
And he then says,
Ask that boy if he's ever left this place.
he says, oh no, I can't.
You've never been out deep in the woods around here before, boy?
I've gone into the woods, but I haven't traveled too far. My parents won't let me. I'll go out into the woods maybe to do a hunt for squirrels, gather firewood or wild herbs, but I've never left the village proper. You're not supposed
Never
to.
see anything funny in those woods?
Well, there's bears, there's
Strange.
wolves.
Men you don't recognize?
He kind of wrinkles his eyebrows. Well, no. Everyone's welcome here.
Have you seen anyone recently come in as a guest? A young woman, perhaps?
He says, no.
Wait, are we still talking to an 8-year-old?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Aren't there? Ask the young boy that is there. Could he direct us to somebody who would possibly know more than him about the situation, like besides his, like some of the town elders or the like?
Oh, yes. If you want to learn more, you need to talk to Jens. he's pretty much in charge of the community. Are you going to tell my parents
No.
that I was here?
We will not. We will not.
In fact, here's a little present. I take out at least 2 silver pieces and hand it to him.
He looks at it, and he's momentarily excited, but then he gets really disappointed. And then he hands it back to you. Goes, "I'm not going to need this." And then he scampers off.
Going to need silver.
Must not use silver here.
Well, that's not what he said.
He said he would not
It
need
is
this.
curious why he said he would not need a coin, but
And he probably got paid off by his parents already. And that kid.
perhaps they are degenerate communists.
Communist? What's communism?
Do tell.
What is that? What are you talking about? What's that concept?
Now as I think about it, maybe it's better you five don't know. Well, we can probably rule out that pretty quickly. I am thinking though. Now their empty house is searched up and such. I am thinking about quietly behind my back casting the spell Unseen Servant.
Okay, well, magic cannot be cast quietly, but if you'd like to cast it, you most certainly can.
Not right away then.
Okay. All right. Very good. What would you guys like to do?
Feed, make sure you confess after you do that.
Yes, of course.
Because I'm assuming we've seen him do this before.
Actually, that's a rather important question. Are they aware that I'm a
exactly.
magician?
You guys have adventured together.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's-
In that
that's
case,
kind of
I'm just gonna. In that case, I will just cast Unseen Servant and keep it on standby for now.
Okay. All right.
And then I do agree. Yes, I will absolutely go to communion later.
All right. So you have it for 8 turns. So it's an hour and 20 minutes, essentially. Okay. He's cast the spell. He's got an unseen servant that you can't see, hence the name. And what else would you guys like to do? Anything?
We could always go eat at the long hall and see who we can talk to over there.
I think that would be the quickest way to learn a thing or two. I think visiting Bjorn would be interesting, just to find out whether or not some weirdo has seen a young girl come by. Weirdo being Bjorn.
Okay, very good. Well, you'll make your way over to the long hall, and you are greeted. Here, I have a map of it. I'll bring it up. But you are greeted by Jens and a couple others from the town. The kids aren't there. Let's see, there it is. And I'll see if I can get it a little bigger here. Yeah, he motions you to sit at one of the tables, and so there's a couple others. Like I said, some of the adults milling about. You see Kim Carl's daughter again. She just smiles and she doesn't say anything. And again, she kind of steps back into the shadows a little bit when you're, as you guys enter. Another woman sort of sits down near you, and some food is served. It's modest, stew type, but it's warm, and it's definitely. I mean, if you eat it, I'm assuming you're eating it. Maybe you're not going to want to. I don't know, but they start digging in while they start sort of chatting with you, and this one woman who sits near you, she introduces herself as Clara Thomas' daughter, and she just starts asking you about your adventures, the things you've kind of done, the things you've done. At one point, I don't know what you guys would say if you want, how much detail you want to get into, but she's just asking a lot of questions about where you've been, where you've traveled, what kind of adventures you've been on, things like that. Jens is not interrupting her, kind of letting her kind of do her thing while she's chatting you up. And another woman sort of is sitting there near Clara, listening intently. She introduces herself as Anna Eriksdotter, and just again, listening intently to anything you guys say with respect to, your prior adventures. Like, where have you been? Where places have you traveled? I don't know if you're going to be tight-lipped about what, or however you're going to respond.
I'll probably be pretty tight-lipped about it, just since they are kind of putting us on edge.
Okay.
I asked that serving girl if she could bring me some scraps, please.
Oh, for your dogs?
Absolutely. They'll lay by the fire there, the hearth, and I'll sit close to where they're at. I'm gonna ask. Then he's being quiet while she's asking those questions. Just ask him if he's heard about a girl that's been missing here lately.
Jens basically pipes up and says, no, I've not heard of any missing child. It's, from the town nearby. Is that where
Yes.
she's gone missing? Very, very tragic. He kind of shakes his head, says, it's a very dangerous woods that we live in. The area. There's bears. That's why Bjorn is so important to us. He keeps our village safe and our children safe. They have, and you know what they say. Children have great destinies, right? And we must protect them so their destinies can be fulfilled. And he just kind of, it's very sad. Very sad that this girl is missing.
Very sad indeed.
So do you trade with the town near here?
Yes. When during the warmer months, it's a little easier. But we'll head down to the tavern that's at the end of the trail 2 days from here. It's a little easier in the, like I said, in the warmer months. But we'll travel there and meet the merchants and pick up what we need. But he kind of puts his arms up and kind of waves them around. We have everything we need here, for the most part.
Do they visit often to you as well?
Oh, we don't get too many visitors.
See. And he kind of glances at Drusus.
Yes.
No, he's not asking questions. He's kind of glancing as if to say, oh, they don't get a lot of visitors, do they? Yet they have, a home that's, swept clean and it looks to be prepared for them.
I'm going to take out a silver piece and kind of hold it in both hands and kind of like displaying it in front of one of the girls that was like trying to talk us up about our adventures, and I'll just, I guess, like maybe suggestively ask, "What's this worth to you?"
Uh, Clara says, well, I think the question is really, what is it worth to you? Um, we,
Gotcha.
we don't have to worry about such worldly possessions. Um, where we are. She kind of looks at you and says, "Have you killed men for for coin?"
I'll I'll look at my pike for a moment and I'm just like, only defended myself.
Oh. She looks at the other woman that sat down with you, and they kind of nod, and then she then asks again, Clara, and then again asks again. She goes, um, "Did you feel remorse?"
Well, I haven't said I've killed anybody. I've hurt plenty of people.
Oh,
Um,
oh. The one Anna, Eric's daughter, the other woman, she pipes up. Was it? Did you hurt people out of revenge? Have you ever?
no,
Were your loved ones murdered by strangers?
no.
Oh, what happened? Please, I must know.
Again, just defending people, important people. Just yeah.
Important people. She
Mhm.
looks back at the other woman. It was a fiance. It has to be. Was it? Was it? You lost the woman you love and forced you on a life of adventure. Oh my gosh. She clutches her chest.
I see what these people are now. Hopeless romantics.
I'm just gonna take a sip of drink and just kind of like stare at Drusus.
So
We do
I'm
the
going-
work of God. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
it's all good. I'm going to yell at Thomas to kind of go and explore around the town a little bit and see if there's anything he can find.
See if we can see outside the snow globe.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Young Master Thomas bows and says, "Of course, Master," and off he goes. They kind of ignore him. They're very intent on you. Clara, the first woman, again, she starts inquiring further. So you've hurt people for money? Do you feel bad about that?
Yeah, of course.
She kind of wrinkles her nose a bit. Ah, very well.
Wouldn't you feel bad for it?
She gets up. She says, "It would depend, I suppose." And she gets up and actually leaves the long hall. Anna kind of goes to follow her, but she hesitates because she wants to sit and talk with you some more. But then she follows, and you hear her say something. But it was about a fiance. And it disappears out the door as well. You are then joined by a gentleman who you saw earlier speaking with Anna. He sits down and just starts chatting you up about very banal things like the weather, deer hunting, bear hunting. He's constantly saying, "Oh yeah, if you're into bear hunting, you gotta talk to Bjorn, man. He knows everything about bears. He's killed quite a few. I don't know if he points to your pike. I don't know how many you've killed." And then after a few minutes of just like this kind of awkward conversation where he's just doing all the talking, he turns to Jans and says, "You should invite them to our Midvinter celebration." And he turns to you and he says, Sven, and he says, "This year's celebration is going to be a real killer, man. You guys really should join us."
Could be fun.
At this point, Jan says, "You are more than welcome to join us if you'd like. Perhaps, it is getting late. Perhaps we can discuss this missing child that you're looking for. in further detail. I can make some inquiries.
I'm gonna turn back to the guy who was talking to me about banal things, and I'll ask him, what was the biggest bear that Bjorn ever caught? Or took down, I should say.
Oh, he kind of leans back and starts thinking. He goes, "Oh, it was a big one. It was like a grizzly. I think that big brown was huge." And he starts going on and on and on about how big it is, and he starts pantomiming the fight.
Big as this table?
Yeah, it was totally as big as this table, and he's pantomiming the fight. It was pretty obvious he wasn't there, and he's completely embellishing and making up the story. And at this point, Jan says, Rudolph, please, leave them alone. They've had a very long day. Why don't you retire for the evening?" He says to Rudolph. We can speak with them again in the morning, and maybe they'll tell you some of their adventures. And please tell your wife Anna that there'll be more opportunities to speak with our new friends. And then he turns to you guys, Jans, and says, "Please, I do apologize for some of the enthusiasm of our little community. Like I said, we don't get too many visitors, especially and he kind of waves at you, adventuring types like yourselves. It's all quite exciting for all of us."
It's just as interesting to me. Learning plenty of you guys. It's very exciting.
Says, "Well, why don't I will let you go. I'm going to retire for the evening. If you would like to eat more food, please, we'll get you some more food, and we'll continue this discussion about this girl tomorrow."
Please excuse me, Jan, before you leave. I'd like to ask, is it that your village here are pacifists? Is this how you serve the Lord and such?
He says, in a matter of speaking, we do defend ourselves. That's why we have Bjorn. But
I see.
we do find the outside world to be distracting from our true purpose.
So is this why Bjorn is separated from you? Why his house is separate? Because he is the one that does the violent things?
He says, well, not exactly. I mean, he's Bjorn. When you meet him, you'll understand.
I see. Thank you for your hospitality.
And with that, he nods and leaves the long hall, and you guys are left at the long hall. Night has settled in. Another round of bowls are sort of passed about, and then people just sort of leave after a while because it is getting late. What would you guys like to do?
Well, if we're going to retire, I suggest that we should probably keep an eye on things.
Before he retires, I'd like to take a circuit of the village.
Okay.
Sneaky like.
Okay.
To see what can be seen.
All right.
I'd like to do the same, but less sneaky like. Like just actually like doing a round around.
Okay.
Just sauntering through the village.
Mr. Constitutional. Shall I make a stealth for it?
For those of you who would like to try to be stealthy, yes. Right. Oh. There we go. That is a success if I ever saw one.
Mm-hmm.
That is the opposite of success.
That's my decoy.
All right. Well, going counterclockwise from the long hall to the right, there, kind of set back a ways, is a small wooden building that's sort of built into the side of the hill. There's no windows, as you can see. The map, of course, tells you that it is the food store, but if you were to investigate, you would see a lot of like pickled food in there, as well as like gourds and various things like and potatoes that are going to be able to keep in in a building such as that. When you get to these buildings, are you going to be doing anything in particular? What?
Just looking for anything out of the ordinary. Like he's watching the buildings, he's watching any people that might be out at this time.
Okay. All right. All right. Give me a second.
For Sven, I'm kind of like inviting confrontation. Like, it looks like doing like a guard's rounds around the city, just or around the town, like you would a city. But
Okay. Yep. Very good then. Let me. There it is. Okay. Just making sure. Where is that?
While the sneaking is going on, Feet will lean in to Drusus a bit and say, Drusus, old friend, perhaps before the night is out, we shall go and get me a little forgiveness at the church over there. And he'll point on over to where it is with a little shake of his head.
Here's messing up real quick, but yes, we shall head there. And
All right. So
going
you're
to this. Yeah.
okay. So you got 2 people heading to the church, 3 people kind of making the rounds. It looks like one being all sneak-alike. In fact, with the trudging of the guard, right, and Olaf kind of like and his dogs meandering about, it actually makes Elric's job a lot easier, I'm gonna say. As you guys, I'm gonna say it takes. I mean, you're moving kind of slowly as you're sort of like looking around. You don't really see anybody moving out. I mean, it is dark, but there is some light coming out of some of the windows as people are settling in for the evening, finishing up meals, that sort of thing. You do hear what sounds like average talking of families, children not wanting to go to bed, that kind of thing. But why don't the 3 of you, so it'll be Sven, Olaf, and Elric, why don't you just make well, actually, let me make this roll first. Yeah, okay. We'll use your search skill, but add 2 to it. So if it's a 1, it's a 3, so on and so forth. Okay. All right.
Nope.
All right. Well, Olaf, you see as you're, I'm going to say at the about 12, 11 o'clock mark on the, again, going counterclockwise, you see appears to be a teenage girl, maybe 16, 17 years old, kind of slip out, and she starts heading south.
I'll tap the other 2 that are with me and point in that direction.
Okay. All right. Are you going to head in that direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Within a few moments of just sort of trudging south towards the tree, you see a teenage gentleman standing by just outside of House 6 there, and he's like looking expectantly in the direction of House 9, and then you see he and the girl kind of embrace real quick. He grabs her hand and they head past House 7 and the disturbed earth out into the woods.
You guys want to follow him?
I think so.
It might be worth our attention, yes.
Well, you and Drusus are actually going to be in the church, so I'll be getting to that in just a second. In fact, we'll do that now as the three start following the teenagers. We'll cutscene it, I guess, over to the church.
Alright.
So, I'm going to kind of pull Fita to the side. Like, we've been through this before. We're gonna bless you, cleanse you from your previous act.
Of course. I'm also thinking, once you are done the cleansing, or maybe perhaps better before, we take a look through the place here and see if anything is out of the ordinary.
Nope. It'll be after, because I'm going to cast Bless on him.
Give me a second. OBS is giving me troubles again.
Oh, you're good.
Take all the time you need.
But,
There we go. All right, yeah. So when you enter from the top part of the map, it looks like a kind of a typical Lutheran church. Yeah, in fact, there's a Bible sitting on the podium at the far end there, but you see carvings of Odin and the Great Hunt on the walls. And then
Drusus, old friend,
yes.
do you think this is a little bit apocryphal, perhaps?
Yes. It is. It's unnerving.
Why would a Church of God have effigies of Wotan all about?
Some pagan heresy, maybe.
all right, you would like to cast Bless on him?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I already rolled the d6 plus level, so it's going to be 5
Oh, nice.
points that he can distribute.
Very good.
Uncle Shane.
Bitte.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do while in the church?
Are there any holy scriptures we can kind of
Here's the Bible.
peruse?
Yeah, there is a Bible on the podium.
I'd like to look through that.
Okay.
And while he does that, I'll look underneath the seats and around them and tap the wooden bits with my foot and see if anything is hollow.
Oh, okay. Let's say that's going to take some time.
Fine.
We'll say about at the very least 10 minutes, maybe 20. But
Ooh, I'll look underneath these, and if my invisible servant is still active, I'll instruct. Well, like it's not really a him, more of a just a force. Apply a brief amount of pressure to each floor plate. I want to see if anything is hollow.
okay. Yeah, you still have it. I mean, dinner probably took like at most an hour. Okay, so you still have some time with your unseen servant. You just all of a sudden start hearing this little tapping sound, kind of as your unseen servant started methodically going through to each floorboard per your instruction. After about 20 minutes, no secret compartments, no secret doors, no trap doors, nothing. And your spell will have expired at this point. Drusus, while that's happening, you want to take a look at the Bible.
Yeah.
It's a I'm not exact. I want to say it's like a standard King James Bible, but I don't know when that was actually published. But yeah,
okay.
it's a typical Lutheran Bible, we'll say.
Okay, so nothing out of the ordinary with it.
Why don't you make a wisdom check?
It's missing some books.
Oh, that's
I'm gonna say that's a pass.
that is a
S-
very
the
good pass actually.
superb. The King James Bible was released, completed in 1611,
So it's
and
certainly
revised.
certainly possible. Yeah, I'm playing a game based in early modern European history, and I know nothing about it. So sorry.
That's okay. Neither do we. It
um,
was also, if it matters to you, it was also revised in 1769.
well, we're not there yet.
Okay.
So, but thank you. Well, with that one, it's almost like a critical success, even though that really doesn't exist. But what stands out to you is that there's nothing odd about this book. Like, there's no creases. There's
It
no
just
strange.
has
There's no like folds in the paper or wrinkles in the paper. You know.
spine wasn't even broken.
Yeah, it's pretty pristine.
So this isn't right for a house of God. Vita, come here. And I'm
I
just
am
kind of like pointing out that this book looks untouched.
That is cause for concern. Yes, there's definite. I'm thinking that these might be the worshippers of Wotan who did that earlier.
Agreed.
Let's not betray suspicion unless we've already done so. Let's just go join the others.
Yes.
Okay. Back to our um, three, I guess, town
Peeping Toms.
guardsmen. Yeah, peeping town. Well, that's where we're going. That's where this is going. Yeah. After a little while trudging through the snow, trying to be quiet, you start hearing giggling and some smooching and kind of peering uh, in through the trees in the dark with what little moonlight that there is. There's definitely two teenagers um, having a tryst.
I'll say, Kaiser and grief. I'll send the dog out to attack, right? But then call him back and just scare the crap out of him. Catch him with his pants down and everything, son.
Welcome back.
Okay. All right. Yeah. There's she kind of screams. He's like, oh, hiking up his pants, that sort of thing. She's putting her shirt and dress up around, covering herself up, and and they start babbling in Swedish. I can't remember which one of you got it.
I passed it.
All right, yeah. They said, well, we're really sorry. We don't mean we didn't want to ruin anything. We just we just feel that this might be our only chance. We're really sorry. We'll we'll go back home. We're really sorry.
Why would
Sorry to
it
disturb
be
you.
your only chance?
They grab their clothes and they start heading out. They don't even respond to you. They're just running. They're like part really embarrassed. I mean, in the moonlight, she's actually flushed.
In the cold, I don't doubt that.
All right, let's head back and meet up with the rest of the group there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you guys are back in your empty house, your guest house, as it were. Getting ready for the evening. Um, it's been about an hour and a half. I'm not exactly sure how much longer we're going to be. Maybe another hour and a half. You guys need a bio break?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
I wouldn't mind brewing a little holiday
Good to
tea and
go
grabbing
then.
some baked goods, but I can do that in an hour or two.
Oh, are you need to do that? I'm fine with letting. I'm fine with letting. Sorry, I mumble. I'm fine with letting you do that.
I can honestly just start the machine and then just come right back, and that'll take less than a minute. We can continue.
Okay.
Oh,
I just
All
wanted
right,
to make
you're
sure.
back.
All right. So, you guys are all back at the house. What are you doing?
can I just listen? So I'm just ruminating over what I learned from everyone else.
I'm basically just relaying to them that I'm pretty sure this town is. They worship Odin because in the church you have the photos of him and your standard Bible, and there just hasn't been touched.
Oh, and I'll tell them about the two teenagers talking about they'll never have another chance at love.
That is
Very
really
odd.
weird.
This is a very strange place.
Yeah.
Pacifists cannot be trusted.
I mentioned the whole thing about young people having a great destiny and all that. So I don't want to jump to conclusions, but
Perhaps Bjorn's who we need to talk to.
he might be hunting more than just bears. Maybe if these are the cultists and they have some bizarre ritual, they need a certain number of young people.
But it would add up, given that they do not want him among them, or at least they want him separated from them. If it is him that does all of their hunting and their violence, if that is to be believed, I do not know.
I'm not sure myself. Those women in the long haul seemed really sadistic when it came to people being hurt.
I do not know much of these things that are of the devil.
Hey, before we bed down for the night, I'm gonna take the two dogs out and let them, before they come inside. But I want to walk them around that disturbed earth. If anybody wants to come with me.
I'll tag along.
Yeah, I was wanting to poke at it with my pike. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, more than happy to bring you guys along. I just want to have the dogs kind of go through and let them sniff it out,
Gonna work on getting the fire going. Unless we already did that and it's still burning.
Get the fire.
Yeah, we could get the fire restarted and then go next door while we're wait for it to warm up.
Okay. The disturbed earth certainly has the appearance of shallow graves. But if you're looking for a specific reaction from your dogs, there is none. They're just kind of sniffing around, looking at you like, what
They don't. Well, I don't. They don't come up with any bones or anything. So okay. And then after that, I'll be ready to retire for the night.
We weren't warned against the shallow or the disturbed earth, right?
I don't believe so.
I'm gonna take out my shovel and just kind of like move it around a bit. See if I can find some weird stuff.
Okay. Well, after about 10 minutes of kind of doing that, in the moonlight, you get the glint of a silver ring. worth about 5 silver. You estimate.
No finger to go with it.
Yes, yeah. There's no finger, no bones, nothing like that. Just
I see a ring like that discarded, made of silver, and then our silver coins. None of that matters. Jewelry, nothing like that to them.
Mhm.
You think perhaps they have some aversion to the stuff?
That would lend to the theory that they're unholy.
Precisely. Out of character, since I'm back now, did Drusus inform them of what was up with the church yet, or...?
Yes.
Yeah. Good.
Well, let me bring this back to Drusus. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the ring.
it is a basic ring. Nothing. It's like a silver band.
Mm.
There's no inscriptions, no gems or anything, but well made.
Just seems like your normal band.
Someone should wear it. See if somebody recognizes it on them.
Actually, I'll take it. I'll take it back. I'll see if that quote unquote lovey-dovey one will take it as a gift. If they burn or not.
Okay.
The
In the
one
morning.
that was talking about the fiancés.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Okay. Well, with that, you guys bed down for the night. You guys gonna put up watch or anything, or?
I'll take the first watch.
I'll take the second watch.
Okay.
And while I'm watching, he's cleaning his pistol, and he's going to load it.
I can take third if need be.
Okay. Well, the night passes without event, and as you guys are sort of getting ready in the morning, just waking up, it's still kind of dark, right? You hear some banging on the front door, like a rather loud knock, not like somebody trying to break it down banging, just a rather loud knock, just bang, bang, bang,
Well,
bang, bang, bang.
unless Feach was on third watch, he'll fall out of bed there. I've not even prepared spells or drunk tea yet. And, get up and, check and see what it is. Yes, good morning. Guten Morgen.
And you are greeted by this fella.
Is that Jolly Sack Nicholas?
I think this might be Born.
And he's like, good morning. I heard that we had some adventurers in town. I am Bjorn. Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you too. Fate Highmaker.
He says, it seems that we've been blessed with your presence for, I am in need of some assistance, and with such great adventurers like you with us, I thought you would be perfect. Would you like to kill some bears with me?
Feach will think about it for a moment. Lean back. Anyone want to hunt bears after breakfast?
Where?
Yeah, where?
I have tracked 2, he says. He's being very polite. He hasn't entered your house, though he has.
We trust him.
He stomped his boots so they're not covered in snow, but he's pointing to the north. He says, I've tracked 2 of them to a cave. I think me and some of my dogs, we can lure one of them away, and I'll take on that one, and you can take the other one. What do you say?
He sounds like a wonderful idea.
I trust your instincts, sir.
Excellent, he says. I will be back in, 10 minutes? 20? How much time do you need?
This is just a question for you, not him. That depends entirely on how long it takes for me to prepare my magic.
Do you have, you just need to prep one first level spell?
That is correct, and I could probably go with just the one for now.
Well, you
which
would
is
have...
Charm Person.
Okay. Well, you have two, right? You already had one prepped. Well, two prepped, right?
Right.
Right, and then you cast Unseen Sword, so you only need to prep one left, right? Right.
All right.
So yeah, it's like 10 minutes per spell level for the highest level spell you are prepping. So 10 minutes is what you need.
Right.
So you're gonna prep. Well, have you prepped both? I assumed you prepped both. Maybe you haven't. So if
Yes. Yes.
okay, yeah. Even if you needed two spells, it'd still be 10 minutes. That's just the way it works. So,
Of course.
so Charm Person's one of your spells. Is that
Yes.
what's
And
the,
I think. Should I do another Unseen Servant, or should I do Spider Climb since we're going out into the woods?
Spider Climb.
Yes, I'll be preparing. I think it was one of your favorite spells, Spider Climb.
nice?
It might have been Astonishing Swordsman DM I had one time though.
Okay. Very good. Anything else you guys want to do, or just head out with Bjorn?
We should probably eat some breakfast first.
Well, that's assumed. I'm just saying, if there's anything else you guys want to get in, if anything.
No,
Well,
we'll
well,
eat breakfast and we'll head out with the lumberjack there.
All right.
Well, will Bjorn be giving us any? Will he have like the nets to catch like the bear or drag the bear meat back?
He just kind of looks at you. Nets? He smiles and then he starts laughing and then he hefts his spear. Oh, we're not taking him alive. He's like, come on, I'll show you. And
They will.
after
Honestly, it looks like the dude could throw a bear over your shoulder anyway.
yeah, he is a big guy. He is a very big guy, wearing furs. He has, like I said, a spear. He has a hand axe hanging from his side as well, and as you guys are traveling, he kind of tells you a little bit about the woods and all the bears he's killed. And after about an hour, he like shushes you, even though he's been doing all the talking. And he says, "The cave is right up that way. I'm gonna sneak off to the left, make some noise, and try to draw one of them towards me. And then you guys can take the other one. Understood?"
All right.
Excellent.
Yeah, so fun.
All right. He disappears into the forest, and within a few minutes, you hear him making all kinds of sounds, and at one point, you actually see what appears to be like a freshly killed rabbit, blood and all, just kind of flung out near the cave. And then within a few minutes, two bears pop out, and he's able to, one of them, he pops out of the woods and starts poking at one of them, and that's when he's like kind of signals you. So, I'm going to give you guys the first round, as Bjorn has distracted these two bears. And they're not aware of you.
Right.
Two bears.
Muskets up.
Yes.
You can use
Yeah.
a longbow. Or a short bow, rather.
It will motion to Joff to get your weapon ready as he pulls out the flintlock and loads Mark.
Yep. Loading John.
Okay.
Mark, John, Luke, and Doc.
And I am loading my gun. I have severely underestimated the amount of bears that we would be having right now.
Okay. So you guys are gonna spend the first round. Um,
Oh, just unloading.
just loading. Okay. Pistols with flintlocks are half the time, so that's going to be 5 rounds. But with 12 apostles, it reduces by 1, so it's going to be 4 rounds to load.
Gotcha.
Okay.
In that case, I'll go ahead and muster. And are any of them like looking like they're coming at us, or are they both at Bjorn?
They're both at Bjorn right now.
Okay.
Oh, and fighters, actually, you're going to be at 3 rounds because you're a little quicker on the draw. No pun intended when it comes to loading guns.
I'm praying while I'm loading.
Okay, so round 1, well, surprise round, I should say. You guys get the first, get to go first. Olaf, you going to use the short bow?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, that's a solid hit.
For 4.
All right, it kind of sinks into the back of this thing, and it roars and like spins around and sees you. Um, um, and then Bjorn takes a stab with a spear at the other one and swings wildly. And then the one bear that is essentially on Bjorn goes for an attack. And one of its claws actually swipes at him and knocks him to the side, and he stumbles in the snow, and you hear him kind of grunt. But he doesn't appear too hurt. And okay, so top of the round. Now we need an initiative. Let's have Sven. Why don't you roll a d6 for me? Bear's got a 3. Bjorn's got a 6. Okay. All right.
Use short bow again.
Yep. Oh, I use group initiative, by the way, guys. Sorry, I should have mentioned that.
One moment.
Okay. All right, that's another hit. Jeez. All right.
Oh, Sven.
For 3.
Okay. Olaf fires another
Well,
arrow
sorry.
into the bear, who's really angry. And you rest of you guys are loading still.
Yep.
Okay, let me just. So that's 2. And okay, so then the bear against Bjorn lunges at him and basically envelops him, and you just see him get buried by this thing, and as he's just clawed, battered, and bit for wow. Okay, you hear him curse and shout as, and then you hear his dogs come barreling out of the woods to assist him, and then the other one is coming at Olaf, and it's charging.
Be like, Kaiser Blitz, attack!
Okay.
And has Joff gotten there yet?
Joff is your laborer.
A laborer. Pardon me. Wow.
I mean, he's looking at you like, I mean, I'll load your weapon for you if you want, but I'm not going in.
Pardon me, I thought he was a bodyguard. No, in that case, absolutely stay back. Pardon me, I have no idea what's going on.
Y'all
Okay.
don't pay me enough for bears.
Well, let's hope we survive so one day I can do that.
All right. Okay, so we'll say it's Blitz. Um, Kaiser avoids getting swatted at by a few of the claws from the bear you've been wounding, Olaf. But then a bite comes down on Blitz for 1 point of damage,
Okay.
and they're just barking and you know trying to keep this thing from getting to you. All right. So that is. Oh, now it's Bjorn's turn. Okay. You see him kind of back out of from underneath the bear, and while still kind of on his butt in the snow, jabs forward with his spear with a solid hit, and the bear roars in pain as the spear goes basically where the neck meets the shoulder blades there. And he's like, "Come on! Attack! Attack! We got him now!" All right. Top of the round. Kojo, why don't you roll for initiative for the group? Bear's got a 5, and Bjorn's got a 4. What did you get? I'm sorry.
D20, right?
Oh, no, it's a D6.
I got a 2.
Okay. All right, bears are going first. Okay. Let's see. 2 claws on Blitz this time. And Blitz backs away after getting gnawed at. And the bear tries to follow up with a bite. But Blitz is sufficiently backed away. And the bear does not find purchase. However, let's see what happens to Bjorn here. Oh my gosh.
I take it those bears are throwing rocks tonight.
I feel sorry for Bjorn. He gets mauled again. And he is just shouting at you guys. Please, do something. And he's pretty hurt. He's pretty hurt. Okay, so now he goes to an attack with his spear again. That's a hit. For another solid stab at this thing. Okay, round 3, fighters, you're loaded. You'll be able to fire next round.
Would I be able to cast a spell?
If you've been loading this round, no. But you could stop loading, cast a spell.
Then I shall do that.
Okay. All right. What would you like to cast?
Cure Light Wounds on Bjorn.
Okay, so you're going to run over there to Bjorn. Okay, go ahead. Blitz hits Olaf. Holy cow.
For 5.
All right. Drusus, make your Cure Light Wounds roll. Kaiser misses.
8.
Whoa. All right.
Great shot.
Okay. And Olaf, are you going to take a shot?
And miss.
Okay. Oh, well, I forgot. I mean, technically your dogs are in melee combat, so...
I can shoot the other bear, though.
Well, then you risk hitting Bjorn.
I tried to help him. He asked us to attack.
All right.
Oh, for heaven's sake,
roll,
mankind.
Roll a d6. If you roll a 5 or a 6, you hit... well, it doesn't matter. You miss, so... Okay, yeah, you missed the bear. Very good. And the rest of you were reloading. Very good. All right, top of the round. Drusus, why don't you roll the d6 for the group?
All right.
Bear's got a 6. Bjorn's got a 5.
And I got a 6.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, fighters who have been loading their pistols, you may fire this round. Please be advised, though, that the bears are in melee combat, but because they're so big, there's greater chance you'll hit the bears than the dogs or
It can,
Bjorn.
yeah, it'd be insane if we somehow managed to hit any of those besides bears.
All right. Okay. Dom, that's going to be a hit. Roll a d6 on a roll of 6. You'll hit one of the dogs.
Blam!
Oh, you piss.
Wait, can I,
Too bad.
can I re-roll because I actually forgot to add my modifier, or should I just take it raw?
What would be your modifier?
It's Dex, right? Or was it Strength?
It would be Dex for ranged weapon.
It would just be a +1.
Yeah, that would be a miss. So, okay. So
Which one is it, Kaiser or Blitz?
on a 4+, I'll roll. On a 4+, it's Blitz. Okay, Kaiser takes it. Roll a d8.
For the
Roll.
pistol?
Yep.
That's what the second one was, the 2.
Oh,
That's the damage.
okay. All right. Kaiser takes 2 points of damage and yelps.
All right.
And okay. Olaf. That's a miss. And
I did not hit the big dude, though, at least.
right. And so that was round 4. Feet, your pistol's loaded. Drusus, did you go back to loading your pistol?
I think he did, or...
Okay. Yeah, the dogs are missing. Okay, very good.
Oh, wow, that's a big miss.
Okay. Bjorn, reinvigorated. Man, he's rolling really well. Another solid hit against the bear he's fighting.
Let's see here. Which bear is more beaten up?
Bjorn.
It'll be Bjorn's. You'll be able to fire next round.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll actually be aiming.
Oh, so you're going to take another round to aim? Okay. All right. Olaf, why don't you roll initiative for the group? Bear's got a 5, and so does Bjorn.
Damn.
Okay, let's
We
see.
shall go last.
Okay, Bjorn hits. The bear hits with 2 of its attacks. So Bjorn takes... he takes a swat to the face, and then as he gets kind of... starts to stumble over, the bear chomps down on his shoulder, and then he just shoves his spear up into it. Bjorn is once again seriously injured. But this thing is just bleeding all. I mean, the snow is just a red mush, like a red slushy, all around their battle. Drusus, who's over there trying to help Bjorn, is he's getting all covered in blood. As he's just as bloody as Bjorn, but that's because he's getting hit with arterial spray. All right. We'll say Kaiser, because Blitz was backing away. Oh, okay. Kaiser takes a bite for 3 points of damage, but is able to avoid 2 claw attacks. And now it's your guys' turn. Feet, you can fire your weapon. Next round, Drusus, you'll be able to fire your weapon.
I think I have one more round for loading. because you said 5 rounds.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Thank you. For some reason, I was thinking fighter for some reason. Okay, Blitz and Kaiser are missing. Sven.
Can I charge at his bear after they're done firing, so I'm not in the melee?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, cool.
absolutely. Absolutely.
And can I make that a press for the +2 -4?
Charging gives you double
Oh, gotcha.
attack, but you'll have a -2 to your AC penalty.
Cool, cool.
Okay. All right. On a roll a d6, there, Olaf. Okay, you hit the bear. Roll damage.
So you said double 2-hit modifier?
Oh, no, no. It's a normal to hit modifier,
Gotcha.
but if you hit, you'll double damage. Okay. All right. Bjorn's bear goes down as an arrow pierces its skull. Sven, you will hit the other bear with that
Cool.
roll. Roll double damage.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's yeah, that kills it for sure.
Very cool.
Yeah, you come screaming in, and the bear goes down with a humph. Bjorn gets up, and he's bleeding. He's hurt, but he's got a big smile on his face, and he's like, "I knew you guys could do it. You have some interesting tactics." And then he starts skinning the bear, and the bear that he's in front of, and pulls out a couple sacks from his backpack.
Sorry, doggy.
Somebody got a torch and go check out this cave real quick.
Yeah, I got a torch.
I have a lantern.
Okay.
Which would you prefer?
Yeah, while he's skinning that bear, let's look inside the shine that lantern inside that cave, and I'm gonna like reach in one of my pack things and pull out some herbs and some mud and stick it on the dog's wounds.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I'm checking the cave out with the lantern.
The cave is other than like bones of kills or whatever, they don't find anything of value.
Okay.
And it's not like a cavern complex or anything like that. It's just a cave, a bear cave.
Okay.
Cut a big slab of that meat off and feed it to the dogs.
They tear into it.
Pour a little gunpowder on it.
So how long have you been doing this for the town?
Oh, for as long as I've been able to heft a spear.
Are you the only hunter for the town?
Well, sometimes I bring the other men, but they're not. He kind of stops and he looks at you and goes, "You've seen them. They're not like me, and they're certainly not like you." And he continues to skin and hack away at some of the meat. He's putting the meat in some of the sacks. He's trying to work rather quickly, but he doesn't seem too interested in like making clean cuts. I mean, it's kind of like butchery. He's just grabbing meat, tossing it into a sack. And at some point, he actually pulls the entrails out and starts putting it into another sack.
What What happens to the young people here?
He kind of stops and looks at you like it's a really odd question to ask. He says, "Nothing." What do you mean? They, they, like, they take on their parents' vocation. They work work the workshop if that's. I mean, Dennis learned all he knew from his father, for example. He just kind of he looks back down. My father was a hunter. He starts hacking away. You see him pull out some of the lungs and puts them in a sack. See the spleen.
Do they assign marriages?
He goes, oh, well, not really. I mean, I guess sometimes it all depends.
Depends on what.
If two people love each other, they you want to make sure that the parents are okay with the marriage. He just kind of again looks. He stops what he's doing and looks at you with like this weird expression on his face. Like he just doesn't understand the questions, like where this is coming from.
Ask him how many bears has he killed this year alone.
Oh. He says, well, this would be these two here. Well, I don't know if I can take credit for them, but there'd be the ninth.
That's a lot of bears for this little area.
No, you got to keep the bears away from the village. So sometimes I go out for hunts for a long time. And
Is it only?
Go ahead.
Is it only bears, or do you have problems with wolves too?
Oh, there are definitely wolves in the area, and I have hunted them as well.
Out of character, have we asked him about Edwin at all? If he
I don't think
knows
so.
anything?
I don't think so.
Bjorn, have you heard about anybody going missing lately from some of the neighboring cities?
He says, no. Not until John's mentioned it to me this morning when he told me about the conversation you had with him last night, my friend. It's the first I've heard of anything.
Okay.
And what can you tell us of this Midwinter festival?
Are you going,
That
friend?
well, we do not. Is this happening today, or is it for a long time from now?
Oh, it's in a couple days. They'll be preparing for it tomorrow, I'm sure.
And what goes on in the Midvinter celebrations?
Well, you celebrate, well, Midvinter. It's a celebration. You will see. You will see. Please. He hands you like this bloody sack. Do you mind carrying this? And
I do not mind at all.
he hefts a couple of the other sacks. He leaves the carcasses, which, like I said, are kind of butchered. It's not clean cuts. There's a lot of meat left on it. He's like, the wolves will take care of the rest. And he starts trudging back.
Spike will hand the sack over to Joff, and he'll kind of quietly look to the others. What do we make of this one?
Same as the rest of them.
As he's getting ready to walk off, Olaf will say, "Oh, quite a bounty. Praise Odin."
Sudden LARP.
He stops and looks and kind of nods. He's like, there are plenty of followers of the old ways in these hills. And then just keeps going.
All right, well, I'm following that dude back to town because he knows where he's going.
Likewise.
And I will say this, because you guys are kind of on your guard and are really keeping an eye on the people you're talking to. If you haven't figured it out, yeah, he knows more than he's letting on. You don't need to make
Yeah.
any roll to know
Yeah.
that. Okay. And with that said, guys, I am going to I personally need a bio break. So why don't we come back in 10 minutes? Is that all right?
Sounds
All
good.
right,
Absolutely.
my man.
Excellent. Great.
I'll unmute myself when I get back.
Yep.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hey, hey.
All right. Just waiting on one more. Very good.
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, sweet. All right. So, you guys make it back. We'll say around lunchtime, maybe, or the equivalent thereof. Maybe just before lunchtime, really. Um, and Bjorn, basically, when he comes into town, he's sort of taking the lead. When he comes into town, he uh, hands off some of these sacks of meat and whatnot to some of the women. You see Anna, Eric's daughter, for example, and Clara, Thomas' daughter. Those are the ones that were grilling you the night before. They kind of heft these heavy sacks. Um, he motions you to, hand the one that Joff's carrying to another woman by the name of Pelle Anders' daughter. And she happily takes it. She smiles kind of bashfully when she sees you because it's the first time she's really up close with you guys. And she smiles and takes, hefts this heavy bag of flesh and meat, and they go towards the long hall with it. Bjorn kind of turns. He's, like I said, he's wounded pretty bad. He sticks his spear into the snow and puffs his chest out and looks at you with a broad smile, and he says, "That was a good hunt. A very good hunt. I appreciate. It was an honor, in fact, and it was an honor to have hunted with you." Um, and he just kind of like looks down at his torn clothing. If you'll excuse me, I need to clean up. And then he heads over to his house. And you guys are pretty much left standing roughly in front of the workshop.
Oh, let's go get lunch. I have a great idea.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Heading to the long hall.
Yeah, and I tell Drusus, I say, when we sit down to eat, lad, how about you give him the spiel about Jesus and all that, and let's see how that goes.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Um, guys enter the long hall. There's some kids eating at one table. When they see you, they, their eyes go wide, and they kind of slow down what they're eating, and they just kind of gape, gawking at you, right? Um, you see Kim, Carla's daughter. She's there and she smiles and again backs away from you. She's very shy. And then you see her son. He comes running up to you guys. Hey guys, how you doing? I heard you. I heard you went hunting with Bjorn. Do you need your weapons checked? Do you need any repairs done? Because I can do them. I'm really good at it.
No repairs are required for now.
Okay. And you are, brought some food. Again, kind of like a simple stew with some bread.
And before everyone starts digging in, I'm gonna kind of go through your traditional bless the meal.
Keep an eye on everybody else.
Yeah, well,
Um,
looking to see reactions.
Yeah. Can I just push off the meal? Just keep celebrate for a few moments.
Okay. Okay. When you, Drusus, when you begin the prayer over the meal, everyone kind of stops, and some of them put their heads down, respectively. The kids are still gawking and pointing; they're not. And one woman actually tries to shush them. Okay, but they show signs of respect. But you don't see them put their hands together. Okay, you don't see them, cross themselves or anything like that. But they give you your space essentially.
And when I finish and kind of sit down, I'm going to wave some of the children over and ask them if they've taken their first communions yet.
Uh, they have a very confused look on their face, and at this point, a woman comes up. She's carrying a pie, and sort of shoos them off and says, she kind of curtsies, and she sets the pie down next to you, and she says, "I baked you this pie. I think it'll be your favorite."
Why, thank you. What kind of pie is it?
Oh, it's a surprise. She smiles.
I think you should have the right to know what kind of pie it is before he chows down, don't you think?
You have several allergies.
Oh, she said it's.
The Lord gave him many struggles, you understand.
It just makes me a stronger character.
It's gluten free, I assure you. No.
Is it
And
keto?
what the hell is gluten free?
Let's see.
Yeah, go figure he knows what degeneracy and communism is, but he doesn't know what gluten free means.
She says, it's made from mixed berries from the forest.
Okay. I think I can palate those.
Do you eat the pie?
Not yet, because I haven't had my lunch.
Very good. Okay. At this point, well, as you guys, they basically leave you to the stew and the pie, and while you guys are sitting around the table, the kids sort of finish what they're doing and they scamper off and leave the building, laughing and pointing and gawking the whole time. And
Who wants some pie?
with a few moments, a gentleman enters and he's got an old dog with him, and he says he's kind of got a somber expression on his face, and he says, "Excuse me, sirs. My name is Lars Matson, and well, this here's my dog Thor, and I was wondering." He takes a deep breath. After what I've heard, your prowess fighting the bears, I just can't think of anyone better to watch after my boy. And he kind of slowly holds out the leash. Will you look after my boy for me?
Where is it that you're heading, friend?
At this point, he says, I won't be able to take care of Thor. I just can't.
I
Please.
should think that Thor would take care of you.
Oh, this old dog has been with me for a long time. You can see he's starting to get emotional. But I'm at a point in my life that I can't take care of him anymore. I won't be able to take care of him anymore. As much as I want to, I can't.
But why are you unable to care for him? You seem to be doing just fine at the moment.
He says, that it's too difficult to explain.
Alright, I'm going to...
Go ahead.
Oh wait, no, you can't do magic quietly. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna mind my manners and just, listen to him and interact with him, and then when I get a chance, I'm going to leave with him out the door, and once we're a little bit away from the town, I'm going to be casting Charm Person on him.
Okay, you want to follow? Is that? I'm sorry, I kind of.
Sorry, that's a little bit much. Yes. What I'm just letting you know is I'm going to be going along with this for now. But when he leaves, I'll be like, wait a sec, one more question. And then once we're away from prying eyes, charm person.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Do you want to like talk
Oh,
him up and like lure him away, kind of thing?
Kind of yes.
Olaf, being the good-natured dog lover that he is, takes the leash and leads the dog over with the other two.
Yeah, Thor kind of sniffs Blitz and Kaiser, right? And then just sort of slumps down, gives like a forlorn look towards Lars, and then just kind of makes like a harumph type sound and just kind of lays down next to your dogs. Lars, just overcome with emotion, just leaves the long hall.
There you go.
Feet Heitmeyer, would you be following him?
I shall. Hold on a sec. While you're going off, I'd like to ask a few questions, if at all possible.
Um, you're gonna have to kind of chase him a little bit because he's clearly trying to not cry in front of everybody, and he's cutting across the town towards Building 8. Okay, you can certainly follow him. Okay.
Okay. Now I understand that this is not on my character sheet. So if I'm asking a bit much here, then you could just say you should have bought this at the start. Would I be able to offer him a handkerchief?
Oh yeah, handkerchief. Yeah, there's that. You got one. You can offer him a handkerchief.
Of course. Oh, uh, um, sir, please, if you require, please use this.
He takes it while he's kind of like at his door, and he starts, dabbing at his eyes, and then he blows his nose in it pretty loudly, and he says, "Thank you. You are too kind."
Oh, it's just one man's brotherhood to another. Would you allow me to come in with you for a sec? I'm surprised to see a man, even if he believes he's at the end, giving up his dog like that. I'm very concerned here.
He says that I'd be honored for you to come into my home. And as you enter, you see an 8-year-old boy, and Lars says, "This is my son Patrick." When he says that, there's absolutely no love or affection. Okay, when he says Patrick, okay, and Patrick kind of comes up and looks at you. He's kind of he's got kind of like a glazed look in his eyes, and he smiles when he sees you, goes, and he says, "Hi, Steve."
My name is not Steve. My Veit Heitmeyer is what is the name I've been given. Pleased to meet you, and I'll hand up my hand. Patrick.
And he says, "Thanks, Steve."
Sir, I hope this is not deep insult, especially in a moment of emotional crisis. Your sweet boy, is he a little bit, delayed?
Delayed, yes. Lars just kind of like almost pushes the kid away from you and says, "Yes, I apologize. He's gone from sad to annoyed and disappointed. He's my only son."
Sad and annoyed to disappointed. Does he not want you... What do you mean?
Lars's expression went from sad to annoyed and disappointed as he's pushing his son away from you, and he says, "Yes, he's my only son. His mother died giving birth to him," and he's kind of like this angry, almost an angry expression when he says that, and then he's like, "I hope you and your friends take care of my boy." And he's not referring to Patrick when he says that. He's referring to his dog.
Of course. The hound should be taken care of very carefully. The door is closed, correct?
Oh yeah, yep. He
And
offers
he's
you some
just...
tea or something as he
Oh,
starts.
thank you. I adore tea. It is It is proof that there is a better tomorrow, I assure. Tell me, sir, is were you telling us everything that you could be telling us?
Kind of looks at you and says, "Well, you'll have to talk to Johns if you want to know anything about what's wrong with me."
Feet will respectfully take a sip of his tea. He shall place it down. He shall get up, look Lars in the eye, and say, "Sir, I'm afraid I'm not interested in questioning John." And I will raise up my hand, say the words, and cast Charm Person upon him.
Okay, as you start gesticulating and cast it, uttering the arcane language, behind you, maybe not necessarily behind you, but a little off to the side, on the corner of your eye, you see little Patrick dancing and going and kind of shouting. It's like, Steve's dancing, Steve's dancing. Lars gets this really bizarre look on his face as you're doing what you're doing, and then there's look of realization, but then your spell goes off, and he'll have to make a saving throw.
Once the spell is cast, whether it's successful or not, indeed, Patrick Stephen was in fact dancing.
Oh my goodness!
Did you just ace it?
I rolled a 19. He had to beat an 18.
Shit!
Oh no!
I am so sorry.
Nothing to be sorry about. That is glorious. Go Lars!
um, and he just he starts backing up, and he kind of like reaches for a blade. He says, like a knife, just like a cutting knife, cooking knife, and he just says, "I'm gonna have to ask you to leave."
Why did you just give us your dog to look after? Where are you going?
I think you should leave.
Second I get the information I need is the second I go. And I'll place my hands on the, let's see, was it a rapier or a sword you gave me? Rapier.
Okay. As this sort of showdown is happening behind you, little Patrick is going, Steve's gotta leave! Steve's gotta leave! And he's just dancing around and making all kinds of commotion.
Patrick, I am trying to question your father, and I do not wish for you to get hurt. Please go over there for a sec. There's no way I am letting a child be hurt on my watch when swords are being drawn.
And with that, let me see here. Okay. Yeah. When you say that, Lars kind of like lunges for his kid, grabs him, and puts the knife to his throat and says, I think you better leave.
I was worried that you were scheduled for some sort of sacrifice or some attempt to give up on life and die in the forest. Now I sincerely hope that the bears tear you to pieces and shit you out. Good day, sir. And
Steve's gotta leave. Steve's gotta leave.
Yes, it was wonderful to meet you, Patrick. I hope for you all the best. And I will. And before I leave, the tea was excellent for what it was worth. And like just disgruntledly just leave.
Okay. Right as you're closing the door, you see Lars put the knife down, and he just kind of breathes a sigh of relief, and then the doors close, and you walk away from the building. You just hearing, "Steve's gotta leave. Steve's gotta leave."
Who goes for this?
That was a really good plan. I'm sorry it didn't work.
Nothing to be sorry about. That was intense. This is Lamentations of Flame Princess. Plans are supposed to go at least a little bit awry. It's like Fiasco.
Okay. While that's happening, what did you guys? You guys just gonna eat the pie and have a little?
I don't know if I want to eat pie.
I don't know about this here pie.
I'm gonna get me a little plate of the pie, and I'm gonna offer it to Thor.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. Thor gobbles it down.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on him for a little bit.
Yeah, Thor's now instead of like sitting there, or I'm sorry, laying there. He's now sitting at attention, just staring at you, licking his lips, looking at the plates. He's a dog begging at the table.
Well, that's good enough for me. I'll have some pie.
Uh, it's bitter. It's not sweet like you would expect. And let's see.
So, have they started? Are they anyone talking about Midvinter or talking about preparations?
Yeah, because that's supposed to be starting today, right?
Uh,
Yeah.
tomorrow
Planning.
or planning.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you hear some of the women moving about. They're talking about making sure the garlands are put up and some of the mistletoe and whatnot. Making sure they have enough. You're just hearing like this idle chit chat while you are sitting there eating. Um, at one point, however, I'm trying to figure out which person it was. I apologize. There's so many NPCs here. Um, you are approached by Pelle Jacob's daughter, um, who is the boy's mother that was spying on you the other night. She comes up and offers you crowns made of winter berries and spruce leaves, and she says you should wear the crowns at all times. It's for good luck. And they look kind of like the cover of the Midvinter module. So that's what they offer you to wear. What she offers you.
I'll put one on. Is she
Yeah.
wearing one?
I will too.
Oh yeah, yep. Well, she puts
Oh
one on.
yeah, I'll put one on.
Yeah,
Has Pike returned?
soon.
Okay.
I'll put one on top of my helmet.
Okay. But other than that, not much else happens in the during lunch.
And we get the rest of this pie wrapped up to go.
Yeah, you can certainly take it back to your I guess dwelling. We'll say that yeah, feet. Heitmeyer, Mr. Heitmeyer, Master Heitmeyer, Magister Heitmeyer. When you
Young Master Heitmeyer.
you'll get to the long hall and be able to finish and maybe let the party know what if you want, whatever you want to do. But you'll get there to finish up. As you're heading there, though, you do see the kids are out. Um, um, playing in the snow. Looks like they're building something. And you see a couple of the other villagers with looks like they're collecting wooden pails. A couple of others are starting to put like wreaths and whatnot over their doors and their dwellings. And but yeah, you make it back to the long hall. Before lunch is over, essentially. I should get the fireplace going. There we go. And when you guys do leave after lunch, the kids are no longer out there, okay? And uh, about halfway between the large tree there in the center and your dwelling, the empty house there, you see 7 snowmen. Okay, 6 appear to be representations of you. For example, there's a large one that has like a very large stick, arguably, a pole arm. There's one with a couple, looks like little dogs next to it, that sort of thing. But then there's this like amorphous shape, the 7th one, kind of behind you, behind the group of snowmen, and they're just sort of in the middle of the, and I don't want to say courtyard, but in the middle of the circle there, halfway between your house and the tree.
That is truly odd.
Let's investigate that one oddball snowman.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to search the amorphous blob thing.
Okay. Um,
And I quickly look over my shoulder to see if an amorphous blob has been following us the whole time.
the amorphous blob is vaguely humanoid in shape, but there's no details. As detailed as a bunch of kids are going to get. I mean, they still look like snowmen, just with like fake sticks as swords and things like that. But this is just, there's no carrot nose, there's no coal eyes. It's just like this blob.
Are there any more of those symbols, those weird symbols on the snowman?
Oh, good question. You do not find any.
Okay.
I'm gonna take out a dagger and just slide it in there. Give it a good poke.
Okay. Nothing happens.
And when I pull out the dagger, it's not like coated in blood or anything like that?
No.
Okay, cool.
I'd absolutely died if we killed a kid just now.
Give it time.
Olaf, roll a d6 for me.
Six.
Okay. Out of the corner of your eye, you see a bunch of the kids rapidly approaching you. They have snowballs in their hands. And are you going to do anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a nice little snowball and chuck it at them.
All right. They laugh and they chuck theirs at you. Are you going to let them hit you? Or are you going to try to dodge?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm dodging.
Well, they're all targeting him.
Oh, all right.
All right. That's 5d6.
Oh shit!
No, I'm just kidding. No, the snowballs hit you, and they're just snowballs. But they laugh. After
Bludgeoned to death with white rocks.
Magic missile.
And
I'll give it up with the kids for a little bit while they're out there. Just play with them. That way, while the group takes a look at these, snowmen, and then even send the dogs in to play with them and stuff. Thor as well.
Okay. Yeah. The kids are having a grand old time as you guys are playing in the snow. You see some of the women come out with like these buckets, and they smile because it's just such a picturesque sort of moment. The kids are laughing, playing in the snow, and as they're smiling, they're kind of talking and pointing, and they're laughing, and then they wave, and then they move with their buckets, these wooden pails, I should say, towards the tree. Then they dip their hand in the buckets and toss some of the entrails and meat from the bear that was slaughtered, toss it onto the tree, and they're just laughing as they're doing this, and just like, oh look, it's so nice to see our kids having fun with our guests, and then they're just throwing all this meat and offal onto the tree. Their hands are getting stained with blood and
The fuck?
Thor would be proud. Or Odin.
I look back at the party. I'm like, huh?
Starts loading pistol.
Ask
Same.
the kids. Say, what's that for exactly?
oh, it's for Midvinter. And then they throw some more snowballs.
What do you celebrate for Midvinter?
Well, we let's see. Oh, well, you'll have to talk to Jans about that. He knows all about that.
Interesting. Maybe we should speak to him next, I guess.
I'd like to ask the kids what their favorite thing to do during Midwinter is.
They kind of stop and they think, and one child says, "Well, I like the gifts. I like getting gifts." And another one says, "I like the food, but this is the first time we're gonna have guests. And Mom and Dad says this is gonna be a special one."
Okay.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm sure I can speak for us all and say that we appreciate these statues. I guess you made for us. Who's that?
Oh, the one child kind of steps forward, and he's very proud of himself, and he says, "Oh, that's the dark shadow that follows us all."
Gotcha.
So, what's your least favorite part?
My least favorite part is when it's the next morning when Mom and Dad are too tired to clean up, and we have to do it, and we all know why they're too tired. It's because they drink too much.
All right.
But this
I'm
one's
done
going to
with
be
these kids.
different.
Why do you say this is going to be different?
That's what Mom and Dad said. I don't know.
Ah,
And out of... Yeah. Why were your parents tossing meat and offal onto the tree?
That's just what you do.
But true, but what is its role? What does it represent? What does it appease?
The kids just kind of stop, look at each other, and say in unison, "I don't know."
Alright then.
They giggle and laugh, throw a few more snowballs, and take off.
I think we
I
should
don't know about you
definitely.
guys, but I think the faster we burn this tree to the ground right here, the better.
I think we should definitely speak to Jan.
They're hanging meat garland
Mm.
and intestine sickles.
All they talk about not wanting bears or wolves here, they do much to attract them.
Right.
Okay, so you guys gonna go talk to Jan then?
Yeah.
Okay. He's at his home with his wife, and her name is. Oh my goodness. Okay, there it is. Oh nope. Ingrid. Yes. She greets you, invites you in. She's very, very friendly. She says you've already had lunch, correct? Do you need anything else? I heard a pie was baked for you. Was it good?
It was delicious, ma'am.
Still haven't been able to figure out what that taste is, though.
Oh, she kind of brushes it aside. Just like, well, some of the berries that are out there, they can be kind of bitter. It takes some getting used to. It's it's not a very large house, but it's well furnished. Single story. Jan is sitting at the table by the fire, and he motions you guys in, and she moves over to the fire and starts poking at it. She's like, Bjorn tells me that you were of great assistance to him this morning. He wanted me to thank you again.
Glad we could help.
Is there anything I can do for you? Is there anything
Yeah,
you
we'd
need?
like to talk about Midwinter.
Ah, yes. The festival will begin tomorrow, actually.
What is it that you celebrate during this festival?
Well, he says, the this particular festival comes from some of the old ways. Kind of gives an apologetic look towards Drusus, but it's something our forefathers have always sort of celebrated, and this particular one is important because there is. Well, as the stories go, there's a potential for an eternal winter to befall us all, and Midvinter is just a way of sort of celebrating the sort of end or the beginning of the end of winter, and the spring that is coming.
And the bear intestines on the tree by the children, what does that represent?
He just kind of shrugs, says, just the way it's always been done.
The kids outside mentioned that us being here would change things up, and they're very excited for that. What difference do we make?
He kind of shrugs. He says, they're kids. I mean, we don't get visitors often, and, adventurers such as yourself is pretty exciting. Ingrid pops up. Yeah, it's all the kids have been able to talk about. We have adventurers here. Are you sure you have everything you need? Is there anything else that would make your stay more comfortable?
What does the shadow have to do with Midvinter?
They kind of look. The two of them look at each other. Shadow? What are you talking about?
Children said
Shadow
that there was a
follows us
shadow.
all.
Yes.
Oh. Oh, that's. The kids are just playing. I wouldn't concern yourselves with that. Come. Um, why don't you, relax the rest of the day? We'll be able to finish our preparations for Midvinter, and then tomorrow we'll begin after finalization of all the preparations. There'll be a great feast as the sun sets. There'll be gifts. It'll be a grand time. Please do not trouble yourselves. You are guests here, and Johns just says, I feel that the asking you to hunt bears may have been overstepping our bounds. I hope don't think any less of us for that.
If we're to participate in Midwinter, then perhaps we should bring some gifts as well.
Oh, well, that's awfully nice of you. You don't have to do that.
If only I knew what kind of gift to bring.
He says, well, we typically offer, I guess, something of some value, but nothing. I mean, we're just, again, kind of like puts his hands up and kind of gestures around. We're just a simple little community. We don't have, the gifts are what they are. They may have some sentimental value, but please, we don't want you to put yourselves out. You've done enough. I'm embarrassed. I'll talk to Bjorn and make sure he doesn't do this again with other. The next time we are fortunate enough to have guests. And as he's kind of talking, he's like moving towards the door to kind of signal it's time for you to leave.
I thank you very much for entertaining us.
pleasure is all ours. Yes, and then Ingrid pipes up again. Yeah, if there's anything you need, please let us know. Um, you know, we want you to be well rested and ready for midwinter.
We'll be looking forward to it.
Okay.
And he'll start moving for the door.
Okay. All right. Well, you are outside the house. What would you guys like to do? You got a couple hours of daylight left, I'd say. I mean, there's actually really only 6 hours of daylight at this. Was it latitude? Yeah, latitude at this time of the year. Anyway, so.
I would like to poke around Bjorn's house. Sneaky like.
Okay. Let me. Give it a second. Okay.
While he does that, I'd like to visit the workshop.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Shall we...
Go ahead.
Fight, we'll check the oil storage.
Okay. We'll go first. So Bjorn's house. Anybody else? We
I'm
have.
good.
Olaf will go with him to Bjorn's house.
All right. So it looks like 3 people are heading.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Okay. Well, why don't you make your stealth rolls?
Nope.
That is not sneaky.
Okay.
I've shamed myself.
Okay. Bjorn's house. Well, you are gonna. What exactly are you doing? Like,
Is this still like signs he's still inside, perhaps?
yes, actually, there is. You do hear some dogs barking, and you hear ho ho ho. Yes, of course. I'll get some food for you. Well, I guess I
Do you want to wait for him to leave when he said he's cleaning himself and coming back? See if he'll leave and we can sneak in?
That was my plan.
Okay. While you are waiting, are you going to go anywhere in particular?
I'm gonna stroll over to the tree.
Okay.
I want to get a look at the trunk and just kind of keep a nonchalant eye on the house to watch for Bjorn to leave.
Okay. Yeah, the trunk has one of those what they're called. Basically, like cloth wrapped around it, kind of like a Christmas tree, would have, and it's got some really simple embroidery around it, and it's kind of like up. I don't know. Let's see, maybe like 6 to 18 inches up the trunk, kind of wrapped around, and then it kind of splays out by another 18 to 24 inches around the tree.
Is it like bound tight to the tree trunk?
No. I mean, it's just kind of wrapped around.
Oh, it's like a tree skirt type.
Yeah,
thing.
that's it. That's the word I was looking for. Tree skirt.
That's you. Okay. Is there anything carved into the trunk?
You don't see anything above the skirt line.
Okay. And what about on the skirt itself?
Just some simple embroidery. Nothing like, you don't see any like
Nothing
patterns
compelling.
or designs or anything like that.
Okay.
Is this tree big enough to climb into?
Oh yeah, it's huge.
Oh, and nobody's looking. Or I see that nobody's like looking in our direction or whatever. I'll just shimmy up the tree.
Okay. You won't need to make a climb roll. I mean, you can grab branches and whatnot. Well, you know what? You probably need to make a climb roll just to get to the branches, but then after that, so why don't you make a climb check?
Missed it by 1.
Okay. Well, it's supposed to fall at a random time, but I mean, it's like 10 feet up, so you're not going to take any damage regardless. So, you might need to like throw some rope up there if you want to actually get up into the tree.
I do have a rope.
Actually, can he just lift me up?
Could do
Yeah,
that.
Give him a boost.
Give
Okay.
him a boost.
All right. You shimmy up in there.
I just want to check around, like the portion of the tree itself, see if it's been carved into it all in previous years, or
Yeah, you don't, moving about the tree, you don't see anything. You don't see anything carved up in the upper branches or anything like that.
all right, I'll climb back down.
Okay. And I'll say after about 20, 30 minutes, you do see Bjorn leave and start heading toward Jen's house. Jahan, I should say. And he's kind of limping a little bit. He's still hurt, obviously, from the battle, but he's still kind of laughing, big smile on his face. Kind of winces every now and again, but doesn't appear like it's affected his mood too much.
All right, as soon as
Make our
he...
way back.
Yes, we should. We'll wait for him to get into Jan's house, and then we will slip inside, yeah?
Okay. All right. And get this. Okay. And slipping into the house there. Why don't you? Oh God.
I take it the door's not locked or anything?
Nope. Small house with it's like a loft area, and the fire is kind of low, and you're greeted by his 2 dogs, who
Shit.
begin to growl. They're not barking though.
Can I try and calm him with bushcraft?
Why don't you make a bushcraft roll, and if you're successful, I'll give you a bonus on the reaction table.
Not a success.
Okay. They are not interested in being at all friendly with you.
Just take some ration out and toss it to the dogs.
Okay.
2 of them.
Okay. Roll a 2d6. Add your charisma modifier. And then we're going to add an additional +1. 2d6.
Seven. No minus 7 negative bonus.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, so it's a straight 7. Okay. All right. The food lands in front of them. They kind of sniff at it and then look back at you. They're not growling anymore, but they seem a bit confused. Tails aren't wagging now.
Mm.
I call my other dogs and bring them out, and I call for them as well. Come on, boys.
Make another roll. This time, let's see, charisma modifier with -1 overall. Okay. Yeah, they. All right. Yeah, they start to growl and start barking loudly, and
All
they
right,
look like they're ready to attack.
going to back out
Yeah,
slowly.
back out.
Okay.
Sorry, boys.
Okay. And all right. All right. Let's go to the workshop and the oil store. Who was going to the workshop?
It's gonna be Sven.
All right. There's Dennis. He's inside. You going to join in?
Yeah. I'll head on in there and just ask him what's this place got going on as far as preparations go.
Oh, he says, I've not been tasked with anything other than to, ensure, our tables that we're going to be having our feast are in good repair, and that's about it. Why? Do you need some work done? You want me to help fix your weapons?
I think my weapons are fine. I think I've gotten into all the action I'm going to up here. Yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
Oh, very good, very good. Well, if you or your friends need any work done on your weapons, let me know.
Will do.
Okay. And young Master Heitmeyer, the oil storage. There's no one in it. It's like a small, like, just a small building, just loaded with barrels of oil.
Alright. I'm going to be looking through the barrels, looking behind them, and seeing if there's anything of value.
Other than the oil, there is nothing in this small, I should say small, a rather large shed. It's essentially a shed.
Any casks?
Oh, there's oil casks, yeah, but there's nothing else. That's all that's it. There's these barrels.
Pardon me, I meant more vials.
Yeah, there's a few. Why, if you want to grab like a flask of oil.
I think I shall, just in case of emergency.
Okay. Anything else you guys would like to do this day?
Nope.
Okay. Anybody stand and watch for the evening?
Yes. Take first again.
Okay. All right. The evening goes by uneventfully, and the next morning, there is breakfast being served communally at the Long Hall. People are just abuzz because the Midvinter, festival will be beginning later, and as the sun goes down. If you'd like to join them for breakfast.
Yes. And I think I shall prepare this morning... Charm person again.
Okay. All right. Once again, you're questioned by Anna, Eric's daughter, and Clara, Thomas' daughter, about your travels. They don't seem satisfied with their first meeting with you. They're not prying or anything. Like, I don't want to make it sound like they're being inquisitorial, but they're just chatting you up. They want to know more about you. Kids are running around. Everybody's like really there's like this palpable sense of joy in the long haul because Midwinter's going to start at the end of the day.
Were these the girls? Was this the girls that he was going to give that ring to? See what happened?
Anna, I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
All right, you're gonna.
I also think so.
Excuse me.
Sure. If you kind of like issue me up, I'll look to one of them at random and just go, well, in celebration. I want to give one of you this ring, or specifically you.
Anna was the one that was, excuse me, was the
Being
one.
more jovial.
Well, she was. Yeah, she was also the one that was all like, "Oh, it's about a fiance." Is that the one you want to give it to?
Yeah.
She smiles sadly as she puts it on, and like kind of holds her hand out and looks at it, and says, "This is truly a beautiful gift."
It's very simple. Like you, all the talking I've done to your people has been you like simple things, and I didn't want to be too ostentatious. Ostentatious.
She says, she again kind of smiles sadly and says, "Well, I will cherish this for the rest of my days." And then she grows silent. Clara, on the other hand, wants to know if you've ever felt bad taking the life of another human being.
Again?
Well, you didn't quite answer my question the last time.
I did. Again, I haven't killed anybody, so no.
She shakes her head, looks incredibly disappointed yet again, and leaves you alone. And again, she pulls Anna with her, and you hear her say, I told you he was being serious the first time he said it." All right. Breakfast comes and goes. You don't see Johns or Bjorn at breakfast, by the way. It's just everybody else that you've sort of seen milling about. Um, Anything you'd like to do after breakfast?
You know, in the event that this is a horrible cult, just know that I think I passed up my one opportunity to join. My second opportunity.
Or third.
Okay. Well, if you could spend the rest of your days in the day in the house that was given to you for the your time here. Well, if you'd like, just wait for the festival to start.
Yeah, I'm ready for the festival whenever you guys are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Works.
My
So,
gun's already loaded.
Yeah, I was about to say, can we pre-prep the guns?
you most certainly can.
Okay.
Yeah. So you spend the rest of the day in the house. You start seeing, as the day kind of goes on, you see Dennis coming out with a couple of the other men, and they're pulling the tables from the long hall out and arranging them around the big tree. A couple other tables are produced from like the workshop and some of the other houses, and all set up so like it looks like the entire town can sit outside in this tree. Every now and again, if you look out the window, you see some of the kids are approaching, and then the parents shoo them away and just kind of wave at you if they see you looking out the window, that kind of thing. More meat and entrails are thrown onto the tree, and then as the day starts to turn to night, dusk, candles are lit. You see large flat casks of mead being rolled out from somewhere. You're not exactly sure where they came from. And plates are passed around. Mugs are being passed around, and everyone just starts drinking. If you like peek out the window, you see them waving you forward. Come join them.
Shall the gentleman?
Yeah, but I'm
Lead
not
the
drinking
way.
nothing tonight.
Also, maybe I misheard earlier, but do they have these special robes they wear for the Midvinter?
They're not dressed in any
Okay.
strange clothing. Um, but you do note that as you're approaching the tables, Bjorn and Johns are still not. You still don't see them.
Okay.
Of course.
Are they all wearing those wreath things?
Yes.
Okay.
They start passing out food, bread, some potato and meat stew, um, and lots of mead. I mean, people are drinking like crazy. There's cheese, pickled vegetables, and just tons of mead and ale. Oh yeah, there's also spiced potatoes and pickled fish. Um, there's just course after course after course of food is being prepped. Everyone's just laughing, having a good time. They're nudging you and clinking glasses with you as they're talking about how lucky they've been with the weather. Um, some people are like, yes, hopefully it won't get colder. We certainly wouldn't want that to happen. It's just been a wonderful. We've been blessed. We're so lucky, and every now and again there's like a drunken toast to you, the guests, or to the community, that sort of thing. After night pretty much settles in and it's starting to get kind of cold. I mean, the stew, if you're eating it, is can keep you kind of warm, but at this point, after that final course, Bjorn appears, and it's obviously Bjorn because it's the only guy that can be that big. But he's dressed sort
Oh
of
God.
like, oh, hello, what's going on here? There it is. What is it? Kind of a cross between Odin and Yultomten. I can't pronounce that. But he's got an eye patch and an obvious fake beard. He's wearing like this green robe that's with like a big old sack, and he's like comes prancing over, and he's going ho ho ho, and the kids start going crazy. They're like yeah, and all the drunken peasants here, the members of the community are are laughing and are like, hey! And he starts going up and down the table, pulling things out of his sack and handing them to people. And when it comes to you, Sven, why don't you roll a d8?
Oh Lord.
All right.
One.
He pulls out a log and hands it to you. Ho, ho, ho! Kojo, roll a d8.
I figure we about ready to get our
You want
lamentations
one?
on right here.
Roll a d8. Yep.
Weak
All
son.
right. He hands you a small bucket with a hole in it. Ho, ho, ho! Drusus.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
You
What?
get a log.
Hell yeah.
Olaf, roll a d8. Hope your number doesn't come up.
Yeah, difficult.
Oh, not this again.
Kick me out, man.
You get a bucket with a hole in it. Elric. Ho,
I got a
ho,
rock.
ho.
Oh, 8.
All right, you get a bar of soap made from fish bits, and then
You get a what?
We cut up.
a bar of soap
Bar of soap with fish bits.
made from fish bits. It smells awful. Ho, ho, ho! Heitmeyer, young Master Heitmeyer, roll your d8.
6.
You get a candle without a wick. Ho, ho, ho! And after another quick round of ale, the villagers all trudge towards the church, and they're kind of like stumbling, and they're waving you to follow. Come on, come on! Midvinter's about to kick into full gear.
Oh, we know.
I shall bring my bucket with a hole in it to the church.
Okay. And everyone kind of packs in. Let me get the actually, I should probably get the church thing up here. Where are you? There you are. And uh, it's like almost it's basically standing room only, but they make room for you guys to sit. Basically in near the center aisle, like wherever that last spot on the pew, so you guys can be in the center aisle. They just kind of like offer you, and they'll be standing up against the wall, sitting kind of snug next to you, so you guys can essentially, you know, they actually offer you to sit closer to the front too, so you can see it all. So. If that's where you'd like to sit, but that's where they're offering, and even let you sit near the center aisle.
Yeah, I'll sit up front.
Sure.
Okay.
So will I. I'm going to leave the dogs
Front.
just outside the door.
Okay. And then Johns comes out, and he's dressed like that, and he essentially he pulls he with him he brings two carved wooden bowls filled with a bunch of mistletoe berries, and he starts speaking of dark nights, the cold, and the long winter to come. But he's saying this in like this really happy, jovial sort of way, despite like the doom and gloom of the language he's using. He's speaking. He seems really excited about it. He talks about the return of the sun and the warmth and life, and that the only way to guarantee this is to give life. He then throws a handful of berries into the air. And then he says something about the needs of the many being more important than the needs of the few. And he's talking about the sacrifice and that needs to be made, and everyone's like, finishing their drinks, and they're sort of at times repeating what he says, and there's all this just wonderful sort of like jovial atmosphere, and then you hear the door to the back of the church open, and give me a second. Oops, that's the wrong one.
It's conveniently censored.
Yes, conveniently.
There it is.
And then, a young girl gets dragged in, and she's just like, "Ah, help me! Oh my God!" And they're pulling in. Everyone's smiling. The children are smiling, and Johns has got his hands up in the air like that, and Bjorn's kind of standing next to him with his sack of logs and holes.
So indicating it, I'm going to be starting my aim action.
And they pull her up, and she's just screaming. She sees you guys, and she's like tries to make eye contact with you guys. She's like, "They're gonna kill me!" She shouts. And
Aim action as well.
you're taking it. You're drawing your weapons.
Quiet like.
I'm just looking at the scene with. Can I just like step in and like try to stop them?
Oh yeah, you can do whatever you want. I'm just describing what's happening. You, like I said, she's like I said, she's basically just screaming for help, and Johns is like, "Yes, the sacrifice. We're going to stop eternal winter."
Does she look like our employer? Sorry.
Edwina?
If you do say, "Hey, Edwina," she does bear some resemblance to Harrison. And when you say Edwina, she starts crying, "I want my daddy." So yes, and you think this is Edwina. Johns throws some more of those berries into the air as she comes in, and they're dragging her towards the front um, of the church. So I hear some people starting to draw weapons, subtle, quiet like. Someone wants to jump in. I didn't quite hear who that was.
I was aiming my gun.
Okay. Who are you aiming at?
Probably that priest-looking guy there with the horned helm.
All right,
Yes.
Johns. Okay.
He's the douchebag IT guy, right?
Yes. Yep.
Then absolutely him.
I'm surreptitiously aiming for Bjorn.
Okay. What does anybody else want to do, if anything?
No, I'm good.
Watching how it plays out.
Okay. All right. She's wrestling, trying to put up a fight, and they're kind of holding her down. And Johns is looking at you guys. He's like, "The sacrifice is ready," and it's almost. Why don't you all make? Oh, did I hear someone say, like you're shooting?
Oh no, I coughed. Sorry.
Oh. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's
I
what
mean, we
I'm
will be
thinking.
soon, but not right now, you know?
Okay. Okay. He when he sees you guys sort of like fidgeting, I know you're trying to be surreptitious. Why don't you make sleight of hand checks? It's like a 1 in 6, unless you have more ranks in it.
Yeah. It's just a few. I think I'm 3 and 6.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna get this one.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You and
Nope.
Master Heitmeyer like basically got your
Young Master Heitmeyer, and don't you forget it.
young Master Heitmeyer. Draw your weapons. Click. Click. Right. And when he sees this, John sees this, and his eyes go wide, and he's smiling even more, and he's pulls out a dagger and holds it over her. And he says, "All of us will benefit from this sacrifice." And I need everyone to make a wisdom check.
Fail.
I'm so struggling here. Nope.
I made it! Very
I
much
am-
so.
I am not wise at all.
I made it as well.
Those of you who made it, you can't help. Well, let me say this. Edwina is screaming and crying, but there's no tears. And everyone is like, you also notice, people noticed you draw your weapons. Those of you who have drawn weapons, okay? And John's got this dagger up, and he's like, your sacrifice will, bring about the end of the eternal winter, which has to happen. And he kind of is like looking at you, and he's like ready to bring it down, but he kind of hesitates and looks at you. What are you doing?
Can we ask what the eternal winter is?
You can. Is
Anyone else?
What do you guys think? Is this obvious sucker play, or are we just doubting ourselves?
We're just doubting ourselves.
I'm not wise. I'm squeezing off a shot at Bjorn.
Bjorn? Okay,
Yes.
take a shot. And because you've been kind of like aiming and ready, I'll give you the +4 too.
Okay. This is gonna be so bad.
In that case, I'm gonna be firing at Jean's as well.
All right, that's a hit.
Gift to
on
Odin!
Okay, Oh,
And I'm gonna be rolling a d10 as well.
oh yes, yeah. I forgot about. I always do this. I forgot about misfire. If you guys
Probably
got
shouldn't have
a,
mentioned that, Den,
no,
but
it's all right. It's a 1 in 10 chance.
so it's a surefire thing, of course.
Yeah, you guys are good.
No misfire.
All right, roll damage on Bjorn.
Well, that's exciting. Oh, application hours.
Both of us?
1 sec.
Yeah, you and Heitmeyer was shooting
Oh, okay.
John. So
Just missed a misfire.
okay, you can roll your damage because that's a solid hit.
And how much is the pistol?
D8.
Excellent. And it should also be mentioned that
6.
which one of the saints did I just fire? John, Luke. Yeah, I guess Luke will do.
Okay.
Fire. 3.
I fired Matthew.
All right, your pistols go off. John's is struck pretty solidly, and he stumbles. He staggers back, and he drops his like baton there, and he's bleeding, clutching his stomach. He's still up, but he's up against the wall. Bjorn takes a solid hit as well, and he doesn't drop though. I mean, he's a pretty tough guy.
Yeah.
But you knocked his fake beard off, essentially with that shot. What is anybody else doing? They just sort of just surprise, kapow.
I guess taking out my polearm and keeping him at a distance, keeping Bjorn at a distance. I'll yell at him. Where were you keeping her?
He'll shout. He'll respond in my basement.
Gotcha.
But she's needed for the sacrifice.
I'll take out my pistol, point at these two dudes holding Edwina. Tell them to let her go.
They don't.
Damn it.
You hear John's basically is shouting, the sacrifice must commence.
I'll take out my mace.
And I my rapier and dagger.
And I don't have anything prepared right now. I'm completely flat-footed.
Okay. That was kind of like a.
So I missed your last question.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said I just dropped, so I missed your last question. If you asked anything.
Oh no. I'm just going through the rest. This was essentially
Okay.
a surprise round. So, a couple of you shot. The rest of you draw on weapons. And let's roll initiative. Let's start with Sven. Why don't you roll the d6 for the group? I got a 6 for the cultists. Okay. With that, you guys are, like I said, are in the center aisle. I'll bring up the map again so you guys can see it. There you are.
Yeah, I got cut out.
Okay, so you guys are in the center aisle. Like I said, essentially sitting in the center aisle there, like the 6 pews closest to the podium there on the map. Each of you on either side, so you're like right, and you're essentially surrounded. And you actually see men, women, and children, all of them lunge at you. And I am just going to. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do this, but let's give me a minute here. Sven, Kojo, Drusus, Olaf, Elric, and Fighta. We will never know how to pronounce your name correctly. Heitmeyer. All right, yeah, so we'll just start with Sven. So you are attacked by Ann Peter's daughter, the one who got you, who brought up the pie. Her husband Ove, and she's got Alma, Hilda, and Lise. An 8-year-old and 2 9-year-old twins, and they all jump you.
Gotcha.
And yeah, they're like hitting you with the logs or whatever they got, with from the sack, and they're just bouncing off your armor.
Cool.
So that's that. Kojo, we'll have you assaulted by Anna, Eric's daughter. She's the one with the ring that she got. She's going to cherish it for the rest of her life, she says. Rudolph Hansen, which is, I believe. Oh, that's her husband. And then her two boys, 12-year-old Evald and 5-year-old Oswald. Oh. One would have made a solid hit, but you're able to parry and riposte. And then Drusus, you're attacked by Pella, Jacob's daughter, Noah, that kid that you guys pulled through the window before, Sophie, his 6-year-old sister. She was part of the snowball fight, as well as Hans, the father. And yeah, nothing finds purchase. Olaf, Mother Kim, Carl's daughter, the one that was always shy and didn't want to talk to you, she attacks you, as does Dennis. Nothing. Elric, you are attacked by Pella, Anders' daughter, Ove Matson, her husband, Anne Ove's daughter, 15-year-old girl, and their one teenage daughter. Nothing. And then finally, fight. Clara, the one that was really disappointed that Sven didn't did have remorse. She attacks you with her husband Brynolf Elkstrom, Franz, 7-year-old, and Olaf, 5-year-old, and their 9-year-old. So that's quite a few. But they jump you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 60, 20. I'm rolling here. Oh, one actually socked you in the jaw for 1 point of damage.
And who would that be?
We're going to say it was the 9-year-old Carl Bernolfsson.
Well, at least we know that one of them had some good genes.
That's Bjorn's kid.
That would explain it. Yes, yes.
All right, it's
Clearly.
Okay, guys, it's your turn. We'll just go down from the top to keep this as orderly as possible. All right, Sven, what are you doing?
If my polearm is in range, I just want to kind of try to crash into Big Boy.
Okay, so you're just gonna ignore the people in front of you and just yeah, you can. It's a reach weapon. I'll allow it.
Mhm.
So
Cool.
go ahead. Oh, that is a solid hit. Yep. All right. He's bleeding, but he's still up.
He took on like 2 bears earlier.
He's got a lot of hit points. Well, he did anyway. But okay, Kojo, what are you doing?
Can I somehow take down the Anna you said was after me, and can I push her down from hitting me?
You wanna yeah. You wanna just like wrestle her? Is that what
Yeah, wrestle her. I don't want to heal her.
Yeah, roll a d20, add strength and well, your base attack bonus essentially.
One moment, just looking up. So that's 4.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Said +4 because I'm a level 2 and my strength is 4.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, so that's a success. You essentially can incapacitate her for this round. And you're on the floor. That's going to give anyone attacking you a bonus to the attack. Okay. Drusas, what are you doing?
I'd like to smash the knee of whoever's closest to me.
Okay. It'll be Pella, Jacob's daughter.
All right.
She's the one that gave you the crown of that you're wearing.
Oh, that's nice. So, 10.
Okay. That will hit. Roll your damage.
One.
Okay. All right. You crack. There's a resounding crack as she goes down pretty hard, smashing her head on one of the pew that she's basically climbing over to get to you. And right before she expires, she just looks at you, and goes, "Happy holidays." Olaf, what are you doing?
Okay, got a couple questions for you. Are the doors open in the back or are they shut? I'm trying to get my surroundings here.
Sure. Yeah, when you look back over the throng of people, you actually see while you guys were focused on front, someone had closed it and barred it, and they're kind of guarding it.
Okay, and how big are these windows on each side?
Oh, great question. Maybe 2.5 feet wide.
All right, so what Olaf is going to do is he's going to rely on his wondrous dexterity, and I plan to try to like run across the top of the pew and then dive out the damn window because this is in a terribly bad situation for me.
Okay. All right. Okay.
My plan is to get the dogs and come around to that side door for everybody else to know. But
okay.
I can't stand here. I got like a 6 strength and
Okay.
I'm gonna get overwhelmed.
Okay. Yeah. Why don't you make it a basic attack roll on the window as you try to smash it? Okay. I'm calling for an attack roll because you are being swarmed by a bunch of people who are just flailing, buckets at you, logs, whatever they could get, and just sort of trying to hit you with it. And it's like a mosh pit almost.
Right, gotcha.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna say no. You were not able to.
Didn't make it.
Yep. Just try to smash it open. You can try again next round, of course. All right. Elric, what are you doing?
Pistol whipping the closest one to me.
Okay.
So that's what's in my hand.
That'll be... Okay, that's a hit.
Okay. What's damage for the pistol used as a club?
D4.
D4. Okay. Points.
All right. You crack Pella and his daughter right in the skull, like right between the eyes, and blood immediately starts pouring out of her head. And as she collapses, she just says, "Blessings of Odin be upon you."
May God have mercy on your soul. Next.
All right, young master Heitmeyer, what are you doing?
All right, so before I say what I'm gonna do here, and what kind of roll would you need to get away from the crowd and run on over to the sacrificee? Because they're probably trying to open her up as we're getting, as we're opening up their townsmen.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, why don't we make a strength check? Because you just you're fighting the crowd. Simple strength check.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pass that. Yeah, I'm just gonna ram my rapier right into the heart of Carl, who hit me.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, we always reap what we sow. Alright, let's take a look here. What's my modifier look like? Not very good. This is gonna sting. I'm gonna regret this. 10.
That's a hit.
I do not regret this. Okay, rapier's another D8, correct?
Correct.
Alright, let's see how much, our pleasant tea drinking magician, handles, acts of defiance. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
He is gone.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, because they can't see the dice roller, I just rolled an 8. The maximum amount. Maybe this is like a very far off descendant from Hunfried. Who knows?
Yes, yes. All right, yeah. Carl Brynolfsson gets basically pierced in the neck, and he watches his own killing with wide, hungry eyes. All right. So top of the round. Kojo, why don't you roll for initiative for the group? Oh, geez, I rolled a 6. Why?
Damn.
Why can't I roll hot in my Lamentations of Elemental Evil campaign? I don't know, but here we are.
You save it all up for the one shots.
Yeah, yes.
It's the spirit of the season giving you power. It's rewarding you for your Catholic faith.
Odin grant me
I was
strength.
just gonna say praise Odin, but okay. That
Fire!
I'm starting to think we need to shoot Edwina.
All right, Kojo, could you roll a d6 for me?
Look this up, Kojo.
One moment. All right, 3.
Okay, you're going first. Okay, so Sven, here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As the family continues to try to pummel you. Yeah, nope, nothing. Kojo, we have 40, 12, 20. Oh, all right. 2 of them. We'll say it's Ivald, the 12-year-old, and his father, Rudolph. Rudolph was one of those talking your ear off, and he was the one that said this year's celebration is going to be a killer. Take
Oh, how right he was.
take 2 points of damage total. All right, Drusus. Nothing. Olaf. Nothing. Elric. Oh, take a point of damage. Ova. Matson. Gotcha. With a log. And then Young Master Heitmeyer, you will have 1 less attacking you, of course. And nothing.
Great.
Your turn, Sven. What would you like to do? Continue your attack on Bjorn?
Yeah, has Bjorn like done anything so far?
No.
Okay.
He's just standing there, looking. What's the word I'm looking for? He's got a hopeful expression on his face. And he's smiling broadly, even though he's wincing in pain at the same time. He's trying to.
And the sacrifice is still being held by 2 people, right?
Yes, she's still being held down, and she's still shouting, "Oh, help!"
Okay. I'm just gonna go for Bjorn again.
Okay. Okay, yeah. That time, you're kind of knocked to the side in this melee, and so your a polearm attack can't find purchase. So. All right, Kojo, what are you doing?
All right. So I still got Anna on the floor, right?
Yep.
All right. Can I choke her into in consciousness and try to help out the other ones? The others.
Yeah, you can. Make another.
Strength attack or.
Make another d20 roll. Well, basically attack roll. Use your strength and an attack bonus plus the d20.
13.
Okay. Surprisingly, I rolled a 19, so she's actually able to break free.
Fun girl.
Yeah. Okay, Drusus.
Yeah, can I attack and I guess move in closer to the center?
Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah, you can do that.
But I will do that and I'll just attack whoever's closest to me.
You're like, sort of like take like almost like a 5 foot step forward as you're like cutting through the melee. Ooh, not with that roll.
Nope.
Okay, Elric, or I'm sorry, Olaf.
I'm gonna try to get out that daggone window again.
All right. Oh, that does it. That does it. And you'll be able to leap out the window. And next round, heading towards your dogs.
Yeah, I'll whistle for the dogs. Hopefully they'll hear that.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then we're gonna head for that door back there.
Okay. All right, Elric.
If I go on full defensive, would I be able to make my way to the front? Because I'm pretty close to it as it is.
Yeah. Yeah, you can go full defensive.
All right, because I figure our cash cow's still being held there. So,
Yeah. Okay.
all right.
Make your way there. Okay. And young Master Heitmeyer, continue attacking this
Possibly.
family.
Would you actually give me some more descriptions of what she looks like?
Oh, you want to try to focus on what she's.
You said that the last person attacking me was a bint, right? So
What are you looking? I'm sorry, I just need some more clarification. What
Right.
exactly
well,
do you want?
you said I was being attacked by a few people, right?
Oh yeah, Carla Thomas' daughter, her husband Brynolf, and a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 9-year-old who you just killed.
Right. Of course. Okay, in that case, the husband goes next.
Okay.
Get off of me this second!
What happened to women and children first?
Well, just for that, I might kill another kid next. How's that sound? Yeah, that's a complete miss.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Where's Joff where you need him?
All right. Well, top of the round. I rolled a 5 for initiative. Drusus, why don't you roll the d6 this time?
We got this.
Oh. Okay. All right. Well, Sven, they're gonna keep on keeping on with you. No, nothing. Just beating on your armor. Kojo.
Yeah.
Now that she's up, her husband, and her boys continue their assault on you with nothing. Drusus, you have. That's right, one of them's dead, so. Nothing. The two that were on Olaf will join the attack on Drusus because he's Christian. And Miss. Sorry. Then Elric. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, you went full defensive though, and you're starting to move towards
Yes.
it. Yeah, they're beating on your back. Nothing. There's no way. There's no way they would have hit you. Yeah. So and then young Master Heitmeyer. Nothing. Okay.
Okay.
We haven't gotten. We're gonna take a minute to get to you, Elric. But you will say you've been you've been able to move a little closer. You have a better view of what's going on. Like I've said before, Bjorn is just looking at the crowd with like a hopeful expression, just sort of letting himself bleed. John's is struggled to kind of stand up. He's bleeding out, but he's still up, and he still keeps shouting, "The sacrifice must be made!" But he's like coughing up blood while he's doing it, so it's not much of a shout. And you see Edwina on the floor being held down, and she keeps shouting, "Oh my God, they're gonna kill me!" But she's
Is
no
she
longer.
still not?
But she's
Is she
no.
still not crying?
She's still not crying. She's not even struggling at this point, and you can tell the guys who are holding her down aren't putting any pressure on her. Okay. All right.
All right.
Sven, what would you like to do? Oh, did we lose him?
Just thinking. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good.
So they're not. Well, I haven't realized that yet. All right, I'm just gonna keep hacking.
Okay, go for it.
All right, cool.
Okay. Yep. You're being swarmed by a family. It's really hard to swing that thing. All right, Kojo.
Okay, so Anna's now on my grip. Can I rush towards Sven and help him out?
Why don't you? Yeah, because you're. Make a dex check, we'll say, because as you're trying to push. Well, it should probably be more of a strength check, trying to push through the crowd. Go ahead and do that. But you can move forward.
I rolled an 8.
What's your strength?
Strength is about, give me a second, 16.
Is it 16?
Yep,
He is-
16.
Yeah.
Here's
then
the mod there.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. He has to roll equal to or below. So,
Sick.
so yeah, you're able to kind of push your way forward, and so yeah, you're at where Sven is. We'll say like 2 pews away from the front of the church. Elric has been able to slowly move his way. He's at that first line of pews. The rest of you are still kind of up there. Drusus, you're kind of like in the middle of the church here. Your turn.
Yeah, I think I'll just take another thwack.
Okay. Okay. Let me see here.
I'm not realizing what's going on here.
Oh crap. Okay, I've been doing this a little wrong. My bad. That is actually a hit. That's a hit. My mistake. At this point, you realize, okay, so you bring your mace down on Sophie, Noah's daughter, the 6-year-old girl who is participating in the snowball fight. She falls to the ground. At this point, you realize they're not defending themselves. They're actually trying to get hit.
Yeah.
Olaf, you have your dogs. They come running up. And,
Alright. We're going to move to this door down here on the southeast side.
Yep.
And I want to kick that door in, and then I guess that'll be next round. Would come in, maybe.
You'll be able to come in this round, we'll say. And that'll be your action. So you come in. Bjorn sees you, he's like, oh, it's kind of surprised. And you see exactly what I described earlier. Edwina is not struggling. She's not being sacrificed.
Yeah.
I want to aim this round.
Well, you'll be able to do that next round. Like your
Yep,
full
that's good.
action is coming in. So, all right, Elric,
All right.
you're there.
I'm there where they are not holding her down.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna pistol whip one of the people that's not holding her down.
Okay.
Because again, as far as I'm concerned, they're all heretics, and there's a price tag attached to the one that's being held down for swift return. So,
Okay, that is a hit.
all right.
Was he explicit that she needed to be alive?
Yes.
Okay. As you go to pistol whip, one of the guys not holding her down, right? He actually steps forward and you take out and actually sort of like smashes his face up against.
He leans into it.
Yeah, yeah. And you'll say you take out Lars Matson,
Okay.
the old man who gave up his dog. Oh, and what he says is his last words are, "Look after my boy." Okay. Young Master Heitmeyer.
All right. You said they're not fighting back, yeah?
Yes, at this point they're actually throwing themselves at you.
Wish I knew that before he opened up a kid, but no matter. Looks like he's just gonna have to, with his frail 16-year-old body, is just gonna have to push his way through and try to get to the girl.
Okay. Make a strength check.
By the way, is that bless still in effect?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. When,
No.
Yeah, well.
when did you cast it? It was a day ago?
It was
Yeah, more than a day.
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Oh, it was 2 days ago. Yeah, it'd be done.
Well,
Okay. What was your strength again?
4.
Oh, yeah, no.
Oh, in that case, it'd be 14 against 4, so even worse.
Wait, say that again. What is your strength?
Well, I thought it was a... My brain played a trick on me. I thought it was a regular check, so I rolled a d20 minus 2, when it should have just been a d20 compared against 4.
Oh, yes. Yeah, okay.
Uh,
Yeah, there's no way. Your scrawny little arms can't make it through the crowd. Okay, well,
who do I need to kill to get through the crowd, then? Or is it
have-
just everyone?
You have this family in front of you at this point, but they're more like they're basically waiting in line.
I see.
All right, let's see.
Oh.
Olaf, roll a d6 for. I got a 5. Oh, did we leave? Did we lose Olaf?
Hey, I'm here. Sorry.
Can you roll a d6 for initiative?
Yep, I was. I don't know what happened to it, but there's 3.
Yes.
Okay. I rolled a 5, so Sven. Oh, look at that. Take 2 more points of damage. Or, I think actually this is the first time you've been hit. You get clocked in the head by a log. Alright. Kojo, you moved up. And Bjorn will take a swing at you. He pulls a hand axe out.
Oh no.
I rolled an 8, so that's going to miss. Being a warrior, you immediately recognize he's not trying very hard. Drusus. We have 2 left. Oh my goodness. Take 1 point of damage as the father, Hans, smacks you in the face with a bucket.
All right.
Olaf, Johns will move to you, clutching his stomach, and takes a stab at you with the dagger, and he rolls a 15. I think that's a hit. Take 1 point of damage there, Olaf.
Okay.
Elric, you moved forward. There's one guy left holding her down. he takes a swing at you. She actually stands up and takes a swing at you as well.
I knew that was coming.
Who could have foreseen this?
And they both they both miss. There's no way. And then all right, young master Heitmeyer, you have.
All right, I'm gonna cast Charm Person on the mom.
Well, hold up.
Lady, get them.
Hold up. They gotta attack you first.
Of course.
Oh my goodness! Take another point of damage. This time the mom, she like scratches at your face.
Madam, you are happily married. Madam, you are a happily married woman.
Okay. Starting from the top, Sven. Taking a swipe at Bjorn.
No, I'm gonna look at Bjorn, kind of like resting the polearm for a moment. I'm gonna look at him and kind of like as he's kind of grinning and all that. How many need to die? I see your game.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Wow, what would he do? Oh, he says, you know what? I think he'd just flat out tell you. The sacrifice calls for 21. He goes, so far I've counted 5.
Oops.
Drusus!
Oops.
Yes.
Okay, if I can, I'm gonna spend my turn in contemplation.
Okay. All right, Kojo, what are you doing?
All right, can I? If that's the case, can I knock out Bjorn? How hard I can knock out Bjorn?
Yeah, you can attack him and try to knock him out. He's wounded. He's might be easy.
All right, let's see.
They've been leaning into it. You're just gonna kill him.
I rolled a 19.
Oh, that is a solid hit. Roll your damage.
Hell yeah.
What should it do for fists? I'm trying to knock him out.
Fist.
Yeah.
God, what is that? Is that a D3? I think it's D2 actually. We'll go with D2.
To get a strength, doesn't he get a strength bonus as well, or no?
Yeah, you get your strength bonus. Well,
Not the damage.
not to damage in Lamentations. Yeah, sorry.
All right, 2.
Okay. It doesn't knock him out.
Damn it.
You break his nose and he's bleeding and he's still smiling. All right, Drusus.
I'm guessing I should probably stop killing people.
But heretics.
You're feeding their heresy if you kill them.
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck between.
While you contemplate, I'm assuming both of you are kind of contemplating. But you seem to recall, part of the opening sacrifice that Johns was giving, that intonation. He's talking about some kind of eternal winter, and the few the needs of the few outweigh the needs of the many to stop this eternal winter. Just throwing that out there.
Well, if he asked for 21 and we gave him 25, and it's hold off eternal winter, if we take this at its face, at least we didn't doom the world.
Oh no, you've killed 5.
Oh, 5.
You need to do another 16.
Yep.
I see. Well, let's try not to do that. Ooh.
You guys like to try to leave?
All right, so whoever hit me, I'm gonna try and use my dogs to make them stop attacking me.
Okay, Johns, this
And
is like the
then-
leader.
Yeah, he was the one that attacked me with that for the 1 point.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna send all 3 dogs onto him, and right before they get to him, I'm going to shoot him in the face because I'm tired of this dude.
Okay. All right. All right. Make your attack rolls.
That's for the pistol.
Okay, that's a hit.
That's for misfire.
Okay.
2 points of damage.
All right.
No, I just
His head explodes like Gallagher hitting a watermelon, and he collapses. And then you hear Bjorn shout, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just 15 more.
A point for Gryffindor.
Would you like to sick your dog? Would you like to sick your dogs on the rest of the crowd?
God, no!
Did you say that the girl was fighting us too?
Yep.
She's in on it, quote
We're gonna
unquote.
have to knock her out.
Just don't touch her. She might explode if you come into contact with her.
I'll sick the dogs on her.
Oh god!
All right, go for it.
Yep.
Make,
For our mission!
make your attack roll.
Anybody but her! We need the money!
That's a hit.
Ah!
That's a hit. And that's a hit. You don't need to roll for damage.
Finger 11 bankruptcy.
Drag her out the door.
Edwina's last words, as she's like torn to shreds by these dogs, is something to the effect of "My destiny is fulfilled." And then you hear Bjorn go, 14! Alright, young Master Heitmeyer. This is where the horror comes in. You guys have to kill all these people. But anyway, what would you like to do? You're hearing all this, you know.
Well, she's dead, so I'm going to try and cast Charm Person on the mom. Lady, please let me pass already.
Okay. Let me just take a real quick look at that. Should work. We're still getting some- It's okay. It's not mind control. Okay. All right. Yeah, she fails her save, and you're gonna ask her to move out of the way for you, so you can get through next round. Very good. All right, let's roll initiative. You guys can figure out what you guys want to do. All right, I rolled a 2. Man, I was rolling hot on initiative. Elric, why don't you roll initiative?
All right.
Hey,
Okay, you guys are going first. Sven, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna look at Bjord and repeat the, epiphany that wasn't the GM reminding us of the needs of the few outweighing the needs of the many. And I'm gonna ask him, are we the few?
And he says, he stops and he basically looks at you, blood dripping everywhere. I mean, he's just a bloody mess.
Slashing at him, yeah.
And he says, no, we are the chosen.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. In that case, I'm just gonna hack at him then.
All right, go ahead. All right, that's a
Hey.
hit. That is a hit. At this point, after this many rounds, it's like just don't roll a 1 and you'll hit them. Roll for damage.
Hey.
All right, you swipe with your pole arm. It slashes open his throat, and as he gurgles his last breath, he says, "That was the best hunt I've ever had." And then he drops. Oh, actually, he says one more thing. 13.
Yeah, I was about to say.
All right, Kojo, what are you doing?
All right. So who's left in this all this crowd who were once there?
Well, the entire town's here. Basically, at this point, with the exception of young Master Heitmeyer and Drusus, you, Sven, Olaf, and Elric has sort of pushed your way to the front. Drusus is sort of in the middle, as is Heitmeyer, kind of surrounded, fighting. Drusus is starting to pile up some bodies around him, but the rest of you are essentially at the front. And in the front, everyone's dead except for one last guy not holding Edwina down, which we'll say is Bjorn's son, Valentin.
So Bjorn's son still holding her.
Well, no, they're not holding her anymore, but she's dead. She's been torn apart by dogs.
And a bullet.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that our situation has just deteriorated. It looks like how about we make an escape?
Yeah, there's a door.
Oh wait. Is anyone else needing assistance? Again, I'm just trying to make sure. Sorry, it's kind of. Oof.
Drusus and Heitmeyer are still in the center of the church.
Screw it. Let me go. Can I pull out my wait? Screw it. Before I try to make an escape, I'm gonna draw my weapon and try to make my way towards them.
Okay. You're gonna try to attack anybody?
Yes, I'll try to attack anybody. Can I go for just like try to stab them through their legs?
Yeah. Let's see. If you roll less than a 5, but more than a 1, well, let's make it a 6. Less than a 6, but more than a 1, you'll hit their legs and not kill them.
All right.
If you roll a 1, you'll just miss.
Okay. So should I roll the attack or should I just
D20. Just roll a D20. Let's see what happens. Okay, yeah. The chaos of the fight, as much as try as you might, you're not able to avoid making a lethal attack. Go ahead, roll damage.
The 6.
What are you using?
Rapier.
That's a D8.
My apologies.
No worries. No worries.
5.
Okay. You end up taking out Maya Gustav's daughter. She was the girl that was having the tryst. She sighs in relief as if a great burden has been lifted. And you'll slowly make your way towards the center. Drusus.
I guess I'll take a swing at someone and start moving forward a bit.
Okay. Okay, that is a hit. Okay, Kim Carl's daughter, the shy one, continues to smile even as she dies. Alright, just 11 more. Olaf, what are you doing? And yeah, you're slowly making your way forward. Go ahead, sorry.
Do those windows have like draperies around them and stuff? And are there any torches hanging on the sides of the walls?
No torches, but there's candles. And as far as draperies, no. But
Okay.
I mean, there's a book, there's a Bible. I know that's blasphemous for me to say, but I'm playing a game.
Well, I was hoping to maybe try to set the drapes on fire so that they couldn't get out the windows, and then just borrow this back door and get the hell out of here. But I'm gonna send the dogs out.
Out of the
Speed
church.
this up. One to each, and then I'll shoot
Okay.
somebody with a short bow.
Okay. yeah.
inside the church.
Gotcha. I understand what you're saying. Okay, make your attack rolls. Okay, that's
That's
it.
a short bow.
Hit. Hit. Solid hit. Okay. All right. Well, Ingrid is probably going to go down with this one. That's John's wife. Unfortunately, Benjamin Gunnarsson, who's a 1-year-old child, is taken out by a dog, as is Augustus Gunnarsson and Lena Gunnarsson. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. 6, 7 more to go. Oh, wait a minute. No, that should be 6. 6 more to go. Elric, what are you doing?
Am I close to the podium?
Yes.
I'm grabbing the Bible
Okay.
and putting it into my whatever the handiest carrying apparatus I have is.
Okay.
And I know that's probably going to take my turn, so that'll be that.
All right, young Master Heidmeyer.
Alright, and have I cast that yet, or is that...
Charm person has been cast. She's charmed.
Alright, I'm going to scoot between her and the others. Hopefully she'll make sure she doesn't keep the others from keeping me there, and slip out the nearest door that I can.
Okay. She's not going to stop anybody from attacking you because that's against her core beliefs. But she does stop attacking you. So why don't you make a strength check? But I'll give you a +2. So roll as if your strength is a 6. I know it's gonna be a tough one. Still.
Such is life. Such is life.
Oh, there you
Oh,
go.
thank goodness.
All right, yeah, you're
Nice.
able to push out, and now you are essentially at the front of the church with just
All
about
right.
everybody else, with the exception of Drusus and Kojo, have been like working towards each other to, extricate themselves as quickly as possible. So, with that said, there's a surge forward as they try to get to you guys. Kojo, take another point of damage as you're like pelted by a beer stein. And yeah, 0th level. What are you gonna do? And that's pretty much it. But yeah, there's a surge forward as they're trying to like basically push you guys up against the back of the church, which would mean Kojo and Drusus, you're actually moved forward as well. You've still got some people sort of surrounding you, but you guys are kind of sort of slowly being pushed back to that door on the bottom of the map there. Everyone's there except for Drusus and Kojo, who are now kind of at that spot at the bottom 2 pews there, surrounded by the mob.
Can we ask for, hey, can we cry for help?
You can. Elric, why don't you roll d6? I rolled a 1 this time for initiative.
Woo.
All right, you guys going first. Starting with Sven.
All right. I want to try and just push my way towards that door, but at this point, I'm more than willing to kill somebody to get to that door. But I don't really want to like look that way. If that makes any sense. Like I just want to, heft up my pole arm and be willing to kill if there's anybody in between me and that door.
Well,
Thing.
there is no one between you and that door, so you'll be able to get through the door
Sick.
this turn, if that's what you want to do.
Yes.
Okay, you're out. Kojo, you just need to kill one person, and you can make your way to the door.
All right. Let me take that person. Oh, can I somehow hobble them?
Yeah. Again, they're throwing themselves, so if you roll a 2 through 6 on a d20, I'll say you'll hobble them. If you roll a 1, you just flat out miss. Anything above a 6 is going to be a killing shot. Oh yeah. Okay. Another one goes down.
All right. Roll damage.
You don't have to. I'm not going to bother with hit points at this point. All right, but yeah, you get one, and that opens up a line, and you can get to the door at the end of your turn. Drusus, same thing. Just got to get rid of one person, and you'll be able to get out. Okay, yep. Another one goes down. Let's see. Dennis Kimson shouts as he falls, "Valhalla, I am coming!" And then you hear, let's see. I'll find another good. Patrick, the one who kept calling Master Heitmeyer Steve. His last words are, "Will I see Mama now?" And okay, Olaf.
Under Fight's breath, he'll whisper, "Yes, Steve, you will."
Does anyone else have someone in their way that they can't get out from this room?
Not at this point.
I just realized I called him
Alright,
Steve.
so as I walk out, I'm going to call off Kaiser and Blitz and leave Thor on the attack.
Okay. Why don't you make an attack roll for Thor?
Does Thor count as a local? Can they do that? Can they kill each other?
Great question. No, it does not count as a local.
Damn it!
All right, Thor takes out another one. Probably another kid, in all honesty. All right. All right, Elric, you can leave if you'd like.
All right, I'm going to leave.
All right, and
And
Heitmeyer.
yell over my.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Sorry.
I was going to say I'm yelling to the rest of them. Let's get out so we can burn all these heretics in the cleansing fire of Christ.
But don't they want to die?
You
Shouldn't we
don't
stop
want
their
to do-
ceremony?
It doesn't matter if we burn them; it makes it all good.
All right, Heitmeyer, you're the last one in the church. Are you gonna leave? Yes.
Fiat.
Did we lose him? Young Master Heitmeyer.
I'm still here, yeah.
You gonna leave? It's your turn. You're the last one in the church.
Absolutely, I'm gonna leave.
All right.
I'm thinking about throwing that vial of oil, but I'm not convinced this is a great idea because we'll just be giving them what they want.
Okay, so are you gonna throw it? Yes or no?
What do you guys think? Do we set this thing on fire?
Drusus made a good.
Pull
I'd like to
Thor
set
out
the thing on
first.
fire.
Drusus made a good point where if we burn it all down, I mean, it kind of like there's no one left, you know.
Can't
Yeah,
benefit if they're all gone.
I have
At least
no
their souls
clue.
will be free.
Are you gonna throw the oil?
No.
Okay.
Well, no, I will not throw the oil.
Okay. Even though she's charmed, Carla tells you that you hear her shout because she sees you hesitating. She says, "You're a coward." All right, but you bounce out, slam the door behind you. Okay, what do you guys like to do?
Well, I'm just trying to get out of here with as much dignity as I can after this entire kerfuffle.
Okay. So you're gonna basically take off.
Yeah.
Okay. Start running for the hills.
Well, running back to our original meeting point.
Back to the 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 empty house that they gave you. Okay, works for me. Is the rest of you gonna follow?
I was gonna start reloading while I waited for Thor to finish things up for us here.
I so want to throw my flask.
Did you mean the empty house or like where we first met up, like the previous?
Oh, you could just run into the woods and start following the trail if that's what you meant. Yes. It's going to take a couple days, but you can certainly do that. Well, let me ask this: is anybody going to set the church on fire?
I'm setting the church on fire.
Okay.
All right, here's some oil.
I'll help.
Unless somebody stops me, I'm setting the church on fire.
Okay. The church goes up pretty quickly. You start hearing the screams of the people inside. You actually hear a couple shout before the flames before it just becomes a raging inferno. Some people shout, it's not supposed to be this way. There's only 21. Eternal winter's upon us. We failed. And then
I pray for them.
Intelligence check. Did we actually cause Fimbulwinter?
well, that's the fun part about this module.
It doesn't tell us.
It's up to me if it's like an actual thing, or if these people are just deluded and there was never any eternal winter. But that's the module, guys. It went a little longer than I anticipated. But you guys will be able to make it back with stories to tell of defeating a psychotic cult dedicated to stopping the eternal winter. Very good. Well, appreciate it. Sorry I went a little long.
That's cool.
Nothing to be sorry about. That was we had no qualm staying for that long because that was a lovely session.
This was
It was a lot of fun.
Well, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, this is an interesting module for sure. Here, let me stop the recording real quick. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thanks for running.
Merry
And a Happy New Year.
Yeah.